Hey guys, welcome to the 2016 Windy City Open at the Schaumburg Table Tennis Club. My name is Jasper and I'll be doing commentary on the matches today. We tried to do some live streaming earlier, but the Wi-Fi here wasn't good enough, so I'm just going to be recording these matches with commentary on it and I'll upload it at the end of the day. On table 1, we have a match that's currently in progress between Ihor Falchuk on the left in the red shirt and Sid Naresh. He's back talking to his coach right now. Seems like Sid won the first game, 11-6, and they're going to start the second game. On table 2, to the right of your screen, we have Arkadiusz on the near side against Leon Lee on the far side. Arkadiusz is rated about 2050 and Leon is rated 2110, so Leon has about a 60 rating point advantage here. So he'll be the favorite by a little bit, but it's definitely possible for Arkadiusz to get the win. On table 1, Ihor is rated 2020 and Sid is rated 2065, so they have 45-point difference, so that definitely could be anyone's game. Sid's also like 12 years old and he's always improving. He's getting coached by Brian Bay, who you can see in the back there. He's a really good coach, so Sid keeps improving and keeps putting up pretty impressive results, so this could be a pretty fun match to watch. And yeah, you got the first game on Ihor, So Ihor is one of the few choppers in the building. Really strong backhand chop, and if you give him an easy ball up to his backhand, he'll smack it back at you, but doesn't have too much of a forehand. So there you see that Sid looped the ball to his forehand and Ihor chopped it long, so we'll see if Sid can pick on that weakness as the match goes on. So Sid's doing a really good job of being patient and picking balls to loop, but you see there one of Ihor's really big strategies is that he'll push his opponent's backhand, and then if his opponent steps around and loops it, instead of chopping the ball, he'll block it back to the wide forehand. I played Ihor a couple of weeks ago and he used that strategy on me a lot, so we'll see if Sid picks up on that and is able to adjust, or if he keeps going with big step around shots that he ends up getting blocked to death on. Yeah, Sid really does want to be looping balls that come to the middle of the table. If they're getting pushed to his backhand, it's pretty dangerous to step around, but we'll see how much patience he has here. Ihor gets a net ball. So Ihor keeps pushing to his backhand. And Sid got to get enough loop there to his forehand. That's really important. So it's tough when you step around for that loop to get the ball down the line to Ihor's forehand. But if Sid is able to do that, it's going to be much more likely that he's winning the point. Sid's up 7-4 in this game. If he can seal this and go up 2-0, things are looking really good for him to get a good upset in what is, I believe, their first match of the day. It's a good loop. See, Ihor really just tries to take everything with his backhand. He scoots over to the right a couple of steps to make sure his backhand can cover most of the table. But that does leave his wide backhand exposed and his forehand exposed. So if Sid is able to go to corners and put the ball where Ihor has trouble getting his backhand on it, he should be doing a good job at opening up the points and finding ways to put winners on. Ihor is down 5-8. Let's see if he can come back. And Ihor shows us he has a backhand loop. Sid was ready for it and blocked it. Good patience, that's a step around, and good loop. So again, we see Sid looping to Ihor's forehand, and Ihor has a lot of trouble getting that ball back on the table. Let's keep track of that as the match progresses. Oh, Sid gets an edge. That's brutal. That's a big point, because now he's up 10-5 instead of 9-6. 10-5 is, the game's basically over, whereas 9-6 is still gonna worry. So, these things happen on table tennis. So Ihor is a bit more aggressive at the end of the game. Maybe just doesn't want to expend too much leg energy on chopping when this game is almost out of reach. If he gets this point though, 10-7 is doable, so Sid's really got to hope to win this one. Good patience. Step around to his forehand. Oh, that's it. What a good point to finish the match. So we've we've seen Sid's done a really good job on these step around loops, is putting them to Ihor's forehand. So if I were Ihor, I would be maybe anticipating that a little bit more. Maybe when he sees that Sid is stepping around, he could move over even farther to try to put his backhand on these balls that are coming to his forehand. That would leave Ihor's wide backhand open, so Sid's going to have to be really careful about when he's doing those step around loops, where he's putting the ball. Is Ihor adjusting and trying to get his backhand on Sid's down the line loops? Or is Ihor still leaving his backhand in the middle of the table so that Sid still has that opportunity to do down the line loops and get good points? Ihor also showed us that he has a couple of backhand loops, backhand smacks, and can be a little bit aggressive on the backhand side. We'll see if he changes his strategy now that he's down 2-0 to see if he can find some way to get some easy points off Sid. Sid's pushes have been really good. He's been patient. He hasn't given Ihor a chance to come up and really smack balls at him. So if Sid can keep up that patience, but, not letting Ihor get attacks in, I'm saying he's still the favorite. Let's see if any adjustments happen in this match. Still patient. Oh, that could be an adjustment. So maybe Ihor's going to be a little bit more aggressive on backhand loops. It always sucks if you go into thinking about what you're going to do for the next game, you try it out on the first point and it doesn't work, you just feel totally defeated and you see Ihor kind of hanging his head over the table. We'll see if he can keep up the mental game to stay strong and make adjustments. But we'll see. You see there, Sid wasn't quite in position for that loop, so he misses it on. It's definitely easy for Sid, who's up 2-0, to play a little bit lax. Everyone knows that feeling of won the first 2 games, and you're like, yeah, I got this, just keep doing the same things, and your opponent makes an adjustment, and you're not ready for it. That's why whenever you go into, after a game finishes that you win, sure, you can be thinking, yeah, let's just keep doing the same things, but you also got to be thinking, what adjustments is my opponent going to make, and how's that going to affect the strategy that I did? Ooh, Ihor's serves are a little shaky. He missed one earlier in the game, he's hit some nets. A lot of these things happen when it's the first match of the day. Patience, loop. Oh, and he blocks it. And then goes back to the jump. Alright, so he's blocking opening loops. You saw him move really far over to the backhand side there. So Sid did loop it, trying to get it to Ihor's forehand, but he stepped around and tried to block it. We'll see if that keeps happening this game, whether or not that's an active choice that Ihor's been making, or... So far it looks like the adjustments that Ihor's been making he's been trying to backhand loop a little bit more aggressively. And also maybe changing his positioning when he sees that Sid is about to loop. Yeah, so again he blocked the opening loop instead of chopping it. That's it, That might be what he needs to do. Blocking the opening loop to give Sid a little bit less time, and then looking for balls that he can hit with his backhand. He's gotten a good couple of points like that, so this match is far from over. When he gets a free point off the serve, short toss and serve with the backhand, Sid doesn't close down his flip enough, and it goes a little bit long. Same serve, Sid gets it back on the table safe. Here's the step around. Oh, it's really wide to his backhand. That was a good opening loop. We talked about how positioning on that opening loop is going to be incredibly important for Sid in this final game, or potentially not final game. And there, he showed us that he can put loops in really good places. Again, Ihor showing the adjustment that he's been making by trying some opening loops with his backhand. That time it didn't work out, but it's probably the right strategy for him if he's sticking. Tough. Sid's loop was slow, spinny, and barely came over the net, so Ihor was caught a little bit reaching out in front of him on that. Just gotta make sure that he's coming in close to the table if Sid loops it safely, or goes back and chops. This is a little bit slow on the step around. That's the kind of thing that you see when someone gets potentially overconfident about their chances of winning. Maybe they don't get all the way to the shots that they want. They're not thinking ahead quite as far. So Ihor is stuck with that serve. He's done that 4 times in a row now, making 2 free points off of it. If he's able to keep winning serve points like that, it's going to be tough for Sid. Oh, and again, he doesn't get all the way around it. You saw Sid's upper body kind of swung over to the left when he loops. He's got to get his feet wide. Here's the opening loop. Goes for a shot. So Ihor backed off from the table pretty far there for that to receive that opening loop. 5 serves in a row. He got 3 free points. He does it again. So he gets on the table. Maybe a half step too far back from the table for that pushing game. And Sid is able to put a good push on the table, but Ihor just pushes into that. So really we see a lot of points are coming from where Ihor chooses to put his feet. Sometimes a little bit too far back from the table, sometimes a little bit too close. Actually no, so far he's just been a little bit too far back in this game. We're at 9-9. Oh, excuse me, 10-8 to Ihor. See if he gives Sid that exact same serve, or if he has a variation. Yep, long to the far corner. That's exactly what I was thinking. So when you found a serve that your opponent is having a lot of trouble with like that, when you served it 5 times in a row, and the opponent's missed it 3 of the times, or excuse me, 6 times in a row, and he's missed it 3 times, you know the opponent's thinking about that serve. Sid was definitely thinking about, alright, how do I get this serve that's going to come short to my forehand and make sure I put it on the table to get to the point. And when the receiver's mind is so fixed on receiving one serve, you very often can find a different one, often long to the other corner, that they're not expecting and get a free point off that. So that's exactly what we saw. Ihor was serving a bunch short to Sid's forehand and then served one long to his backhand. Sid completely missed. So this game's been very back and forth tactically. We saw at the beginning of this game, Ihor showed some of his adjustments by going for some backhand loops. First didn't work, but then he got a couple of points off of it. Sid's positioning on his opening loop was varied a little bit. We'll see how going into game 4. If you see any more adjustments, if you see Ihor trying to stick with that same strategy, with backhand looping a couple of times, we'll see if Ihor can stay closer to the table to get some better receives on Sid's very spinny loops. If someone spins a ball that hard at you, being a half step back is death. You're going to lose the point. Ihor to serve. Ihor is down 1 game to 2, 0-0. Same serve, and Sid receives it with his backhand, so that's a good adjustment there. That's great. So maybe Coach Brian Bay told him that's the way to receive that serve, is step over and use your backhand. So we've now seen that twice in a row, and Sid's won 2 points in a row. So a fantastic adjustment from Sid already we've seen in the first 2 points of the game. He shows the adjustment that he was planning on making and gets 2 points on it. Ooh. Ihor with a good push down the line, making Sid do a crossover loop. But Sid showed that he has the footwork for it. Put it really short over to Ihor's forehand, and Ihor tried to use his backhand on it and missed. So we're seeing that weakness of Ihor, that his forehand is not particularly strong. Well, there's his backhand though. So again showing us that he has those loops that we didn't really see in games 1 or 2. If he can get those on the table and get, 3 or 4 free points like that. Ooh, that's a tough one. So there Ihor did stay close to the table. Even though Sid got the loop to his forehand, Ihor stayed close and was able to use his backhand to block it wide. And that's it. We're seeing a lot more backhand loops. Some of them are working, some of them aren't. Ihor's got to pick the ball to attack a lot better. Some of those loops are looking a little bit forced. Now Sid's serve is almost always very basic. It's pretty tough for the opponent to attack it. He usually gets a fine return. He's not trying to trick the person, get a huge pop-up or anything like that. He's just trying to get into the rally, which I think is a really good way to keep improving on the game. Making sure that you get into these points every single time and focus on your rally game. Some matches are all about serve game. This match is not. This match is very much about rallies and consistency and placement. Neither of these players are really trying to trick each other with their serves. Except Ihor does have that one short to Sid's forehand that was giving him some trouble, but it seems like Sid's make that adjustment by coming over and hitting with his backhand, exactly as we saw. So in the first couple games, Ihor was pushing almost exclusively to Sid's backhand. And then Sid was having step around loop. Instead now, Ihor knows that Sid is looking for that step around loop. He's done a really good job of when it looks like Sid is really looking for a push to the backhand that he can step around the loop. Ihor's been instead pushing it wide to the forehand. He's gotten, I think, 2 points this match off of those pushes wide to Sid's forehand. Sid and Coach Brian Bay are talking it out. It's always funny to see coaches and players talk and see kind of the hand motions they use. Clearly Brian is talking about something with his forehand loop for him. for some choices he's making. Looked like he said something about trying to hit balls a little bit flatter and harder. At first, his arm motions looked like he was saying, spin the ball, but then he kind of swung his arm forward pretty quickly, which makes me think that he was telling Sid, alright, maybe the first one you loop spinning, the second one you gotta hit hard. Same basic serve as normal, step around loop to his forehand, and he gets it. We've seen that enough times. It continues to work really well for Sid. He was not making the adjustment of covering that wide forehand. Not wide forehand, his forehand side. And amazingly, Sid actually gets a free point off the serve. That doesn't happen that much. Ihor does the same serve that had been working for him in the previous game, that hasn't been working for him at all this game. He needs to adjust and pick up serves. Sid's going into rallies and he's really making Ihor uncomfortable here. Alright, Ihor goes for some variation on the serve. Let's see what he comes up with. Pushing wide to the forehand instead of the backhand. Sid falls down but gets up. Oh! Ihor gets good backhanded. Alright, Sid is up 8-6. If he needs 3 more points, he wins the match. Push for the backhand, really good push. Ooh, that's super short. It's so spinny. That's the ball. So Sid did a really good job of, spinning that first loop incredibly hard. Ihor was a half step too far back, which means that next ball came a little bit high, and he smacked the hoop out of the next ball and got the point. Same basic serve. Ooh, really deep push. Oh, on the white line again. Oh, Ihor back in loops. Sid's back in it. Ihor's back. Sid's on the table. Oh, but Ihor comes he goes for the backhand loop but misses it. Ugh, these points are so back and forth. It was a very entertaining match to watch because it really isn't about serve game. It's so much about rallies. And truth be told, rallies are a lot more fun to watch than just people making mistakes on serves. And that's match. Awesome, very tactical match between Sid Naresh and Ihor Falchuk. Sid ends up winning 3-1. Alright, on table 2 here on the near side we have Janusz Franeczek. His rating is... Janusz is the top seed with a rating of 2130. And he's playing against Ejaz Shah with a rating of 2030. So there's a 100-point difference between these two, with Janusz on the near side being the 1st seed and Ejaz being the 6th seed. So this tournament is run as a round robins with 8 people in each round robin. So each one of the 8 players is going to play against all of the other 7, and 7 matches is tough. So by the time you get to your 7th match, you're definitely tired, your legs are feeling it, your arms are feeling it. But these are great tournaments because you just get to play so much against so many different players. Since most of these players are regulars on the Chicago tournament scene, they've basically all played each other many times before. But often, maybe you haven't played them in a couple months, maybe up to a year. And so seeing how people have adjusted and what they've learned in a year can be, it can make it a totally different match. So we just saw Ihor playing against Sid. We played Ihor twice. Once was a year and a half ago, and the other time was 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago. And the games were fairly similar, but both of us had definitely upped our games since the previous time, so a lot more quality points happened. So in this match of Janusz versus Ejaz, Janusz has an incredible backhand. Really, really spinny, can put it almost anywhere on the table. A lot of people with backhand loops can't put it on either corner of the table. Often if someone is winding up for a backhand loop, you're pretty sure you know where it's going to go. And honestly, if you know where the ball's going to go, it doesn't matter how fast or spinny it is. You can very often still get it on the table. But Janusz's backhand is so good because when he winds up for a backhand loop, you don't know where it's going to go. That makes it a lot harder to get the ball back on the table. So he opens with his backhand incredibly well. Alright, Ejaz to serve, 0-0. Team's serving long into Janusz's backhand. And Janusz is not ready to attack it. So slightly long, and again Janusz pushes, so it seems like these long serves have worked really well for Ejaz in the first 2 points. He was able to push Janusz off the table and get 2 points. We'll see if he keeps up with those half-long and long serves as the match goes on. Ejaz playing really well at the start of this game. Janusz served into Ejaz's middle, but Ejaz correctly stepped over, took it with his backhand, and was able to put a solid receive on the table again. So Janusz is down 0-3. He's going with his backhand serve. Often sets up for a backhand loop after it. He's just not ready for it. Seemed like after he served, he stood up a little bit and wasn't bouncing on his toes. So now he finds himself down 0-4 to the 6th speed. And gets a lucky net ball, but again, Ejaz was staying on the table while Janusz drifted back a little bit. Janusz definitely needs to try to get lower, stay close to the table, and put pressure on Ejaz. This is Ejaz's game. He stays close to the table and just tries to block the opponent around, looking for an opportunity to get a good forehand loop in, but his game is very much staying on the table, so you'll very rarely see him going back. Janusz picks a good serve, but again, no third ball attack. 3 point off the serve. Let's see if Ejaz keeps up with these half-long and long serves, or if he goes back to some short serves. Short? Oh no, half-long still. Janusz has shown that he's not picking up balls that are half-long to attack, so Ejaz continues to get really good third ball openings. Half-long again. Ah, there you go. Janusz finally attacks the ball and gets a point. That's what he's going to need to do if he's going to have any kind of advantage when Ejaz is serving. Let's see what serve Janusz makes. Net. Long to his backhand. In the net, so Ejaz has missed 2 of those in a row. I'm going to step out for 1 minute. Stop. I'm back. Ejaz looks a little bit frustrated, so maybe Janusz has figured out the strategy to come back in this game. Ejaz stays on the table, solid opening loop. Pretty poor serve choice from Janusz. He's long to his forehand without being particularly fast, so it's not going to work out for him. Let's see what serves he picks. Half long. Oh, and Janusz has put the attack on the table. Ejaz stays close to the table. Oh, and Janusz spin. Makes Ejaz miss block. Yeah, Janusz is attacking serves now. Oh, it's still a half step too far back, but it's not going to work against Ejaz. When you're a half step back, you have to either bend your knees a ton and stay incredibly low to be able to spin balls, or if you don't, if you're standing up a little bit and you're a half step back, there's just no way you get good spin on it, and Ejaz is going to be able to block more around. Half-long serve, there's the backhand opening. It's so hard to stop. He put it right into Ejaz's middle. Ejaz was able to get a backhand on it, but it's not solid enough. Again, Janusz is just backing up and touching balls back on the table. Really not doing too much of it. We'll see if he makes the adjustment and stays close to the table, but right now it's really not looking good for Janusz. Three serves called off in a row because the ball's drifting and come up the table. Half long, push. Who gets the first attack? Oh. Lazy pushing game. Very few points end up with forehand pushes, but there we saw both players try to forehand push. Ejaz misses. Again, Janusz goes back a little bit. Has trouble spinning. Yeah. We've seen that again and again. He takes a half step back after either the third or fourth ball, and has a lot of trouble doing anything with the point after that. There, I think I saw him take a little half step farther back into the table. And the last forehand ended up having a little bit more spin on it, but a little lower than that. Same thing. Not much spin from Janusz. Oh, that should be Janusz's ball every time. He serves half-long dead ball into Ejaz's forehand. It's a high pushback. If he misses his backhand, that's very unlike him. Normally Janusz is very impressive to watch. His backhand is just so sweet. Meanwhile, on table 2, we have a match between Krzysztof Szostak on the left, who's another very aggressive player with a really good backhand, and Haibin Huang. It seems that Haibin just won the first game. Haibin is the 3rd seed with a rating of 2100, and Krzysztof is the 7th seed with a rating of 2030, so there's a 70-point advantage. 70 rating point advantage to Haibin here. Alright, game 2 has started over here. Versus Ejaz. There's the backhand that we know and love. Or fear and hate, depending on what side of the table you're on. Long serve that Janusz puts a decent backhand receive on, but he just stays close to the table, takes the ball right off the bounce, and Janusz has trouble with the next one. He's going to do it all day. He's just going to take the ball right off the bounce, put it in a tough position for you, and make you miss. So Ejaz failing to open with his backhand. Maybe that means that Janusz can push pretty safely to Ejaz's backhand, but we'll see if he starts picking on that as time goes on. The backhand serve and then backhand loop is usual play. Ooh. Frustrated with himself for missing that ball. It's exactly the ball that he looks for. Let's see if it happens again. Or if Ejaz is able to get some variation. Ooh, so he gets a different serve. Unfortunately, Ejaz seemed a little bit distracted by the ball in the back. Not much you can do about that. Gotta stay focused. That serve, not looking good. Half-long serve, Janusz spins the ball pretty hard. Ejaz is caught. A little bit of flat feet. He's not moving his feet too much after he serves. Second. Advantage Janusz. But Ejaz stays on the table and does his usual thing. Walks him around and makes him miss one. You really just see that Ejaz stays close to the table as much as he can. That ball made it. Wow. Rainbow loop under the white line. Spinny, slow, barely catches the edge. But you know, Ejaz gave him a serve that he could definitely do that. So half long to his forehand, dead. All of these serves are going wrong. Long serve to the backhand. Stays on the table. This is looking good for Ejaz. Oh, he misses. We don't see him miss that much, but Janusz does have good spin. Wow, an 8. That's pretty incredible. Don't see that one every day. Short serve, finally. Gets a push. Wow, this loops too hard. That'll happen a lot if you serve short and dead balls and they push it back. You might think it comes with a decent amount of underspin, but really if you serve a dead ball and they push it, it doesn't go back that heavy under, so it's very common for a sequence of serve a short dead ball, they push it back to you, and then the person who served just loops it off the end of the table. That's why when you're serving, you always want to be thinking about what third ball is going to come back and what receive you can do with it. If you're serving dead, you got to be thinking that you want to stay close, take the ball right off the bounce if they push it back at you. But if you're serving heavy under, then maybe wait a little bit more for the ball and spin it as hard as you can. Alright, 1-1. It looks like Janusz has gotten his backhand loop back. He's been making smarter choices on serve receive, and it made the difference in that game. So again, Janusz is the #1 seed in this tournament with a rating of 2130. And Ejaz is the number 6, I believe, with a rating of 2030. Alright, going into game 3, let's see if Ejaz makes the adjustments that he needs to, whether or not Janusz continues to attack half long and long serves. Short serve push. Why is he pushing this far? This doesn't look like 2100 level game. So both players a little bit hesitant to open off of good pushes. But still, a lot of hesitation from both players, and eventually Janusz is the one that got the point. Dead ball to the forehand. So Janusz hasn't shown us a forehand flip at all. So maybe Ejaz will continue serving short dead balls for the forehand, because that's a ball that absolutely should be forehand flipped. But if Janusz doesn't do it, then Ejaz will be getting good receives back, or maybe Janusz will just hit the ball off the table. Long. Beautiful net. When on table 1, Chris hits the ball that goes off the net and then hits the edge. Chris ended up winning game 2 to tie the score at 1-1, but this game was down pretty far, 3-7. But we see a fun point on table 1. Alright, back to table 2 with Ejaz serving. Short push, there's the loop, and that's the one that's for sure. Even though that loop wasn't necessarily an incredibly good shot, it's the first time that Ejaz has done that this whole match, and so there's no way that Janusz was ready for it. He wasn't ready to block it. It just shows you the importance of finding new shots and always having something in your back pocket that you haven't brought out yet. That's a really good receive by Ejaz. Stays close to the table, pushes Janusz off, and that's it. Fight, Ejaz serves. Long serve, stays on the table, yep. And you see there Janusz got caught in his middle. Ejaz blocked the ball. Right between where Janusz wanted to hit it with his forehand or backhand, so Janusz ended up kind of sliding a little bit over to the right and hitting with his backhand. But that ball can be really awkward, especially because he ended up trying to go to the left with it. Short. No loops yet. First loop. Oh, and he does actually just push off the table, but he has a solid forehand loop. It had some side spin on it. Janusz didn't see the side spin or didn't figure out where the ball was going and missed his block. So at that point, we saw Ejaz do a backhand loop for the second time, I think this whole match, and Janusz was ready to block it. Ejaz ended up winning at the point regardless. Long serve. Ooh, and he gets it. That's the danger of long serves. If they work, they really work. But if they don't, you get crushed. Let's see what he picks this time. Short. Ooh. That was a good serve that he just didn't quite move quickly enough for. Half long that gets pushed, that should be Ejaz's point. Absolutely. If someone gives you a ball that's coming off the end of the table and you push it back to them, you better be scared for your life. That point is not going your way. Again, half long. He loops it this time. So Janusz is at least in the point, but he's got to stay on the table. He does block so well. Yep, that's it. That was a really good example of the adjustments that have been made this game. Janusz looped the half long serve, which he hadn't been doing before. Was pushed off the table, but then stepped back in. Unfortunately, ended up missing a loop on that last point and losing it, despite the fact that he had really good tactics and was making good adjustments. Half long serve. Yep, that's it. So that might have been hard to see because his body was in the way, but he stepped over to the right a little bit and put a backhand loop way far to the left over to Ejaz's wide forehand. And that's the power of his backhand loop. He can put it on either corner fairly easily. He gets a ton of points out of it. Let's see what serve. Short, push. And Janusz earned the opening there. Ejaz choosing to do a short serve. Janusz dropped the ball just over the net so that Ejaz couldn't attack it. Ejaz had a pretty lazy block back up onto the table, or a push back onto the table. But Janusz tried to step around and hit it with his backhand, which wasn't quite in position. Ejaz is up 2-1. Despite being rated 100 points lower, he's up or only used one game to seal the match and beat the #1 seed at this tournament. This is going to be tough. Janusz is definitely not going to go down without a fight. So the two options are that Janusz gets a little bit more nervous, and we see him drifting back from the table more, or he really gets in his game, bends his knees, gets a little bit low, stays close to the table, and just totally crushes it. I'm guessing that Janusz is going to get this game, and then game 5 is going to be tight. Just knowing the focus that 2100 level players have. Ooh. Never mind, that point looked very nervous. That forehand was a ball Janusz definitely wanted to loop, but he ended up not really spinning it at all. Long serving to the backhand. Alright, we've seen quite a few of those. That should be Ejaz's point, absolutely. Serve half long to the backhand, gets a push. Nice the footwork to step around and crush the ball. Yeah, just got a little bit upset at the spectators for talking Polish now. Ooh, again, we've seen this before. Ejaz serves dead ball, gets pushed back, and then lifts it off the end of the table. We've seen that twice now. 3-point on serve. Both players are getting a lot of pretty poor returns back. Wow, 2 in a row for net. Gotta be aggressive. There's not being aggressive enough on serve. That's a really good serve. Pushes Janusz off the table. Let's see if he gets back to the table or if Ejaz's blocking game makes it work. And that's his game right there. He'll play that point all day with you. Push you off the table with a good serve. Block you around, make sure you can't come back in, and then finish off with a good forehand. Really great point from Ejaz. Half long push. Oh! It's going to be close, folks. Half long looped. So Janusz having good anticipation, stepping around, putting a solid forehand loop on this ball. Janusz is definitely doing well when he's serving, but still not doing so well when Ejaz is serving. Let's see if we can make any changes. Push. Opening the Ejaz off the edge of the table, but it was still a point for a point that it's going to be looking good for Ejaz, even if Janusz got a good block back on the table. We've seen that in these points that have gone push. Ejaz has almost always been the one opening up first, which is, definitely the way you want to be playing. He's been winning those points. Unfortunately, we saw another dead ball serve. That one he chooses to push. Let's see if we can hear what the score is. I couldn't quite hear. Let's see what serve next. Short, push. Who's going to open first? Oh. Janusz making the right choice and opening first. It was cross court, right where Ejaz was expecting it. He got a little bit lucky on blocking it off the edge of the table, but that point could go either way. Oh, really good opening from Ejaz there. Janusz served half long to his forehand. Ejaz stepped around and attacked the kind of dead side spin block. Janusz does the exact same thing. Oh, and a net balls. He's just having a little laugh about being nuts and net because he's got this match. Fight, fight. Seems like the score is 8-7 for Ejaz. 3 points away from winning the match. Oh, and he hits it off the edge of the net. Well, he's gotten 2 edge balls and a net that worked his way, and 2 net boards that have worked against him. That is tough, but that's the way the game goes. Gotta keep fighting. 8-8. Oh, this is gonna be close. Short serve. Oh, pushed. Oh, pushed again. First attack to Ejaz, and that's it. Oof. This player is playing with not the most confidence, pushing a couple too many balls. And Ejaz is the one that's been making the right choices. Serve receive off the top of the net and out. So now it's 2 nets in the edge for him, 3 nets against him. See it all evens out. Oh, Janusz has a good serve receive, but gets pushed off the table. Oh, and he misses it. Gosh, we've seen points like that so much. But at that time, Janusz was able to get a good spinny forehand in a couple of times. 10-9, match point to Ejaz. Let's see if we can have the biggest upset of the tournament so far. This is it. Yeah, that makes sense. There's a timeout from Ejaz. So what do? Up 10-9 against the top player in the tournament. You've seen that when you serve half long balls, sometimes he pushes and you get decent points, but Janusz also has been attacking those half long balls. And what does Janusz think about? He thinks about staying neutral. He thinks about if he gets at one of these half long balls, he has to attack it. So if I were Ejaz, I would try to serve short. Yeah, I would try to serve basically on the white line. Probably just a dead ball. Yeah, I would serve a dead ball on the white line. Because then Janusz has to really make the right choice about whether or not to attack it or not. And if he gets the choice wrong, it looks really good for Ejaz. If he gets the choice right, it doesn't look too bad for Ejaz either. Let's see what he does. Dead ball on the white line. Yep, gets the push. Pushes again. Oh! Too high! He got the right serve. That's close. Then he's scared to attack on the third ball. That was so tough. If Ejaz's mind was made up that he wanted to put a forehand on the next ball, he didn't move his feet well enough. 10-10, deuce. This is going to be tight, guys. Oh, really good receive from Ejaz. That serve was probably going to bounce twice on the table, but Ejaz stepped over and hit a backhand over the table. Incredibly good to Janusz's back. Janusz was probably expecting that his serve was short so that that ball wouldn't get affected. Again, match point to Ejaz. 11-10. That's it. He gets the upset. Great win for Ejaz. And the number 6 seed upsets the number 1. A 20-30 player beats a 21-30 player. Awesome match to watch. Very tactical, very back and forth. I'll be taking a brief break and I'll be coming back to continue this tactical commentary from the 2016 Windy City Open at Schaumburg Table Tennis Club.
To czekał. A nie wiem. Jak no wygrał,
I'll be catching on your YouTube.
table 1, it looks like we have a really exciting match going on between Sid Naresh and the red, whose rating is... yeah, Sid's rating is 2065. He's the 4th seed, and he's playing against Leon Lee, the 2nd seed, who's 2110. So Leon in the blue on table 1 has a 50 rating point advantage. But currently Sid is up 2-0. This game is 5-5, so we'll see if Sid can pull it out here, or if Sid has to keep fighting till games 4 and 5. Sid's looking good. He's putting hard shots on the table. So since I haven't been watching this since the beginning, we'll see how much of the tactics I can pick up on at this point. Let's just watch and enjoy. And really good positioning from Leon. Pushing Sid off the table and playing a ball wide to his forehand. So this is why Leon is a 2100 level player. Yeah, Leon has to serve really short cross court. And a lot of players have trouble with it. It's a good opening. Sid touches it back. Yeah, Sid's not gonna win points like that. Close game, 7-7. Good spinny loop. Pushes Leon off the table. Gets a loop back in. Still going. There we go, that's a good point. Crowd appreciates that one. Really great read from Leon. A couple steps back from the table, was still able to get a really good forehand loop in. But Sid was ready for it and just punched it back with his backhand. And was able to keep the advantage of the point. Oh, and Leon gets the ball off the net. Sid saves it. Does he come back to the table, or... unable to come back to the table and stay in the point. So it looks like Sid is not so great when he's a couple steps back from the table. Still definitely has really good strokes, but maybe isn't anticipating where the ball's going to go as well as Leon is. Or maybe Leon is just better at varying his position when Sid is back from the table. Because in the previous point, we saw that Leon was able to keep the point going when he was far back from the table for a while. Whereas pretty much the second that Sid gets off the table, that's bad news for him. And so that's a combination of when you're hitting the ball, knowing where the opponent's going to expect it, putting it somewhere else. And also when you're receiving, being good at guessing where the ball's going to go and getting there quickly. Tight match. Leon is leading 9-8. It's a huge point here. Because after this, it's either tie game 9-9, or Leon has match point. Short push, loop. Sid gets a really good block on the table. Oh. And 9-9. Really great block from Sid out wide to Leon's forehand. Really good opening from Sid, but lost focus and swung a little bit too hard. Boy, the psychology at end of games is so tough. Gotta stick to your strokes, move your feet well, not get nervous. Leon gets the first loop in. Oh, and the loop goes off the end of the block goes off the side of the table. Boy, that's tough. So we saw two nearly identical points happening. We saw one where Leon got the first opening loop in, and then Sid blocked it really hard back at him. But then this one here, Leon got the first opening loop in, and Sid tried to block it hard, but it was just a little bit too spinny, and Sid couldn't keep it on the table. Some pretty nice points going on table 2 between the Ihor on the near side of the chopper and Arkadiusz on the far side. Ihor has a good backhand attack. Leave the ball up high. Smack it at you. Ooh, swing a little bit too hard. I like the patience I saw in the first shot. Swing a little bit too hard in the second one. Serving to Ihor's forehand is definitely the way to go. His forehand is just not as strong, either on offense or defense. Ooh, Ihor tries ripping it with his backhand. Crushes it off the edge of his paddle. Alright, back to the match on table 1. Sid is up 2-1 in game. And has to serve in game 4 here. Sid serves probably half long, gets a good push. And Leon misses his opening move. And it's a really good serve from Sid because you'll see that the second bounce is really close to the end of the table. So Leon has to wait to see if that second bounce is going to come off the table, in which case he can attack it, or whether or not that ball's going to bounce on the table twice, in which case he needs to come up and take it before that second bounce. So Sid's serving really well as always. Sid serves are almost always really close to that white line on that second bounce, making the receiver not really sure what they're supposed to do with it. Leon gets a good opening loop in, good follow-up, but Leon drifts far away from the table while Sid stays on the table. So I would say advantage Sid here. Oh, and Leon gets bailed out of the point with a pretty brutal net ball. It's good that Sid is staying close to the table and is able to push Leon off. That's the kind of thing that Sid wants to be doing. To help him seal this match. As long as Leon doesn't keep getting net balls. Short serve. Ooh. So we've seen 2 of those points in a row. While Sid serves short to Leon's backhand. Leon pushes to Sid, Sid pushes to Leon, then Leon tries to loop and misses. Really great spinny loop from Sid, pushing Leon off the table. Let's see if he can get good positioning to win the point. Oh, that's it. So we saw Leon get one. Oh, it's actually completely off camera. Since we're commentating on this, I'm going to push the camera over to see a little bit more of the back. Sid's at 5-2. Pretty good advantage for being early in the game. Oh, and that's a really, really pretty serve and third ball attack combo from Leon. The serve is short to Sid's forehand, where Sid can just really touch it back over. And Leon has a ton of options of what to do with the next ball. Just picked one of the options that Sid didn't know about. Maybe Sid was waiting for the ball to come to his forehand. Leon saw that and just hit it to his backhand. If you really outsmart your opponent, you don't have to hit that good or powerful of shots. It's just about picking the right one. Push, loop. We've seen that twice already. Leon hits it this time. Sid stays close to the table. That's tough. Sid's doing really well staying close to the table. But unfortunately there he got pinned on his backhand. Where really he should have jumped around the corner of the table to hit the ball with his forehand. Unfortunately Leon forced the error by spinning the ball really well. Let's see what's there. He goes short. It's going to be the same thing as last time. Yep. A short ball to the forehand that he knows the return is going to come back, and Leon can hit it with his forehand and the ball. Same thing twice in a row. Let's see if he does it a third time. Are we going to see another short ball to the forehand? Ooh, short ball to the backhand. Put off the net, so it's flat. Long to the backhand. Gets the opening loop in. Sid stays on the table. Ooh. Sid's blocks are really good. If you spin a ball really hard at Sid, he can block it back at you really hard, and it can be tough to get that next ball. Alright, 6-6. Sid's coach, Brian Bay, takes a timeout for him. Let's take a moment here to just look around the tournament venue and see what else is going on. So on these first 2 tables we have the A group, but then over here we have the B group playing. And B group players have ratings ranging from, I believe, like 20 or 2,000 to maybe 1,800. Really good loops there on the par table from Zach Morning. So while we're in timeout on table 1, we'll take a look at these tables here. If you want to see the full list of players in this tournament, go to sttc.net. Check it out there. Sid serves short, gets a good attack in. Can he get to his forehand again, or does he get stuck on his backhand? Oh, Sid's backhand's really good, but just can't close it out. He kept punching the ball back to the same place with his backhand, so Leon was able to keep putting good aggressive shots. If he had changed up positioning with his backhand shots, maybe that would have won him the point. Oh! Sid's feeling a little bit frustrated, having taken a timeout and then immediately losing the next 2 points afterward. That can be really tough for your focus. When the player is a little bit rattled, it's a lot tougher to receive serves. So if Leon does something new with the serve here, it might get Sid, and that's exactly right. Did something a little bit new, knowing that Sid was a little bit rattled, and got another free point out of it. But then he makes a silly mistake of trying to see if the exact same serve is going to work. The reason the first serve worked wasn't because it was tricky, it's because it surprised Sid. So you can't give him the same serve again if it's not that tricky, because it's not going to surprise him. really spinny loop from Sid. Stays on the table, forces Leon off, and gets the point. So maybe Sid's new strategy is that he's putting a really spinny first loop on the table in order to push Leon off the table. Oh, really good drop shot, but wins him the point. And we have a 9-9 game. This is the match right here. 9-9, Leon to serve. Oh. Great point, but a combo we've seen before. Leon serving short in the middle, knowing Sid's going to take it with his forehand, so that Leon can hit the next ball really hard. See if he does it again. Or is Sid going to jump over and be able to receive with his backhand? Oh, that's great. Leon didn't feel comfortable going to the same serve he'd done before, so he did a new one, but Sid saw it coming. He was able to move his feet and put a really good forehand shot. Deuce. 10-10. Same serve as always. Really good first spinning opening loop, and that gets him the point. Match point for Sid. Oh, and that's a really great loop. Sid got tricked. He didn't think the ball was going to be over there, but was able to run it down, hit a spinny loop in. Wow. And Leon misses the next ball. So there you have it, folks. We have Sid Naresh, the 4th seed, rated at 2065, upsetting the 2nd seed, Leon Lee, at 2110. So we've already today seen the 2nd seed lose in this match here. And earlier we saw Janusz, the 1st seed, lose to the 6th seed. Janusz is currently playing another game against Arkadiusz. Let's see if he's gotten his form back, or whether or not this might just not be his day. Unfortunately, since we weren't able to get a scorekeeper for table 2, I don't know what the game point score is. So already we see Janusz staying close to the table, which is something we didn't see too much in his previous match. And you know, sometimes that's what it takes. If you can stay close to the table and just keep the ball on the table, sometimes your opponent will back off a half step. It'll be enough to win your opponent. Janusz backhand winning him a couple points, as it always does. And that wins him the game. So again, on table 2, Janusz is the 1st seed in red with a rating of 2130. And Arkadiusz is the 5th seed with a rating of 2050, so about an 80-point advantage for Janusz. But then again, in Janusz's last match, he lost to someone who rated 100 points beneath him, so in the end, rating doesn't matter as much as how well you're playing your game and how it matches up with the opponent's match, or with the opponent's game. Let's take a break from table 1 and 2. Go check out what's happening in Group B. So we see on table 3 here on the left of your screen, on the near side we have Henry Pilecki playing against Henry Pilecki on the near side against Tom Inley on the far side. Tom uses, I believe, long pips with no sponge on the red side of his paddle, and he twiddles between using those long pips with no sponge on his red side and Tenergy on his backhand. So he always has a lot of options for what to do. Yeah, the long pips can be really tricky, and hey look, we tuned in just in time to see the match end. So Tom Inley scores a good win against Henry Pilecki there. And then on table 4, we have 2 players playing that they actually happen to both be umpires. Both of them can be seen at tons of tournaments around Chicago and the Midwest as umpires, but today they're both playing in the tournament, both in Group B. Alright, as they warm up, the match between Janusz on the far side in red, the 1st seed, and Arkadiusz, the 5th seed in black on the near side, has gotten going again. We know that Janusz won the last game, but we're not sure what the game score is. We see Janusz spin, gets a point there, even though he's pushed back up. Short serve, opening loop to Arkadiusz, but then you just back up the table and stop hitting hard balls. And that allows Janusz to step around and get good forehand. Long serve, gets attacked. That's that. It's tough to be ready for the receive that your opponent's going to give you if you give them a ball that's low but a little bit long. The receive can go pretty much anywhere. You don't exactly know what they're going to do with it, which is why serving half long tends to not be a great strategy. But variety is really always the key, so maybe if you haven't served half long in a while, serve half long. Oh, and Arkadiusz loops a ball that went off the net. Oh my gosh. And Janusz from far away from the table is able to control the positioning of the ball well enough to force an error out of Arkadiusz. Some passive play from Janusz. Long serve, gets attacked. Off the table, Arkadiusz is on the table. Oh, but he misses the ball. So it looks like we've seen a couple of these points where Janusz is off the table, Arkadiusz is on the table, but Janusz is able to force a mistake with good positioning on his blocks and his lobs. You also see the points that Janusz stays on the table, he's able to put aggressive shots on, and so far it hasn't been looking too good for Arkadiusz. Let's see how this match keeps going. Oh, it's happened a lot. Janusz has served balls that Arkadiusz is going to attack straight off. Some of the points he's come back from, but that's not going to work forever. I'm surprised that he keeps continuing to give serves that his opponent can hit hard. But yeah, right now he's winning it based on the quality of his rally play. And that's the ball that's going to get attacked. Ooh, Arkadiusz hits a great backhand down the line. Hitting balls down the line can be great because your opponent often doesn't expect it. It's so much safer to go for balls cross court. But if you hit it down the line and they're not expecting it, if it goes in, it not going to be the shot that goes in. Again, Arkadiusz gets the first attack in. Janusz seems a little bit faster. Short or really long. Janusz wins another game, despite the fact that the service game wasn't going his way, the rally game was.
Janusz, score?
So Janusz is winning this match 2-0. Alright, 0-0 on game 2. Red shirt, Janusz is winning 2 games to 0. Arkadiusz continues to do a really good job of getting the first attack. So that Janusz just pushed the ball. Arkadiusz really swung it. Let's see if that continues. First attack to Arkadiusz again. And Janusz backs off and loses the points. That's exactly what Arkadiusz is going to need to be doing in order to continue to win points. Janusz continues to play passive and allowing Arkadiusz to get the first attack in. He needs to make sure that those attacks are really winning the points. And these first 2 points, he did. Janusz gets a net ball and then hits the ball into the net. There's a little bit of a whip receive. Arkadiusz was able to put some topspin on it, but it was right into Janusz's backhand. And anytime you're hitting the ball right into Janusz's backhand, it's not a good day for you. First attack to Arkadiusz, really great positioning on the backhand. He was able to hit it wide to Janusz's forehand when Janusz was very clearly expecting the ball to come to his backhand. Right, you know, sometimes you just smack the ball really hard and it hits the white line and it gets you a point. Janusz definitely earned the opening on that point. That's a very good receives off the serve. And once again, we see Arkadiusz attacking. Janusz failing to put serves on the table that are allowing Janusz to open first, so Arkadiusz takes the advantage. Very often Janusz has been able to turn those points around despite the fact that he's let Arkadiusz go. attacking anyway, just like that. Again, Arkadiusz gets the first attack in, Janusz keeps the ball on the table, Arkadiusz makes a mistake. Luckily, Janusz is able to win these points when he's a little bit farther back from the table, which is something we didn't see in his earlier match against Ejaz. Again, first attack to Arkadiusz. Maybe Arkadiusz might get a game here and give Janusz a real fight. And over on table 1, by the way, on the left we have Krzysztof Szostak. Krzysztof is the 7th seed with a rating of 2030, playing against Sid, again, the 4th seed with a rating of 2065. So about a 30-point difference here between the two players. But Sid's been playing really well, got an upset on that Leon, the 2110 local player. Ooh, wow. Back on table 2, Arkadiusz managed to pull out a game. But really good backhand punch at the end there. Great opening loop from Sid. So on table 2, what are the tactics that we're seeing? We're seeing that Arkadiusz is almost always getting the first attack in on points, and Janusz is just letting him have the first attacks, whether it's on Janusz's serve or on Arkadiusz's serve. Despite that, Janusz was winning a ton of the points, and in game 1 and 2, Janusz was able to pull it out. But in game 3, Arkadiusz's attacks were enough to win the game. So let's keep an eye on who's attacking first. Well then. Gotta make sure that when he gets those first attack opportunities, he's putting it on the table in ways that are putting pressure on Janusz. So maybe Arkadiusz just realized this and is thinking about where he can place his opening attack to put the most pressure on Janusz. Ooh, good point. Both players backed off the table a little bit, and then they both tried to come back in. Arkadiusz was the first one to get his body back close to the table, and when you're close to the table like that, everything just goes your way. First attack to Janusz, that's gonna do it, yeah. And that can really be the difference between a 2100 player and a 2000 level player, is that they can put those first attacks in places that you don't think that they can put them. First attack to Arkadiusz, he was in a position that Janusz didn't expect. They won the point. We've seen that before. Arkadiusz made the right move by trying to play the first attack, so that definitely could do it too. Oh, and Janusz gets in that play. Good tricky backhand skill. Gets him a 3-point. So this match might end up being close if Janusz can't finish it out in this game. Opening attack to Janusz gets a good block in. Oh my gosh. Really incredible attack from Arkadiusz. You saw that he ran all the way back, far away from the table. When Janusz put an easier ball on the table, he took a couple of steps back in and was able to just pound the ball into a really incredible position and come back on a point that he was really far behind on. And both players a little bit back from the table. And unfortunately, Arkadiusz missed a final loop. This game's gonna be close. First attack to Janusz. Oh, but Arkadiusz has really good blocks. Gets an attack in. Oh, who can win this? Oh! And again, we see Arkadiusz stays on the table really well, while Janusz is a couple of steps back. And that ends up making a difference more often than not. Go! Janusz. I think he served last point. Score? 6-5? I think here. Yeah, I'm here. So the score is 6-5. Janusz gets the first attack in. But then backs up. And that's it. After getting that first attack in, he's got to be able to stay on the table. Really hilarious point in the background where a player falls to the floor trying to get a ball. That's what the applause was for. Let's see if I'm able to do here. Let's see who keeps getting his first attack in. Oh, that's good. A very weak topspin ball came from Arkadiusz. Janusz was able to attack the ball into a place where Arkadiusz lost it. So Arkadiusz has to keep good opening attacks up. That's a good one. Yep. You see Janusz held up his paddle like he wanted to go for a forehand, but then the ball kind of came into his body, so instead of being able to take a full swing at it, he had to kind of just put his paddle in front of his body and block it. Go! Serve has now gotten Janusz twice. 2 free points off that backhand top serve. It's tough. I think Janusz serve hit like the white line, kind of took a funny bounce. Pretty bad opening from Arkadiusz, but again, he steps back into the table while Janusz is far back. Again, Janusz's ball kind of hit the white line, took a little bit of a funny bounce, which forced the error out of Arkadiusz. We do this backhand topspin serve again. If we do, but he gets back on the table. Next page, the score is 2-2 now. After what looked like it was going to be a pretty convincing victory for Janusz, being up 2 games to 0, Janusz was able to continue getting the first attack in and get them to victory 2 games in a row. They've been very close because Janusz has been doing a very good job at making up for the fact that he gets a little bit disadvantaged on the point. So Arkadiusz, the black shirt, has been getting that first attack in, putting Janusz at a disadvantage. Janusz has kept his composure on a lot of these points and been able to come back and win a lot of the points, despite the fact that he rarely is getting the first attack in. See how this game 5 develops. Oh, and we start out with a missed serve by Arkadiusz. That's tough. So he's going again for this backhand topspin serve. Who stays on the table? See, Arkadiusz stays on the table, and that one's on the point. So Janusz is going to continue to back up and just allow Arkadiusz to attack him. He's going to lose. That's a good serve. That's very close to the second bounce is very close to the white line. So Arkadiusz wasn't able to be confident of that, at which point Janusz was able to crush it at him. Janusz a little bit slow stepping on that ball. It was a good serve that got a decent receive. It was a little bit slow. Who's staying on the table and who's not? You guys tell me. Ah, it goes for a little bit too much. That was Arkadiusz' point to win. Janusz just not playing his game, missing balls that he normally makes. loop in. You saw on that last loop, they didn't quite wind up enough. It's tough when you're back from the table and someone else is staying close to the table, hitting balls hard again. So Arkadiusz reached 5 points. There's switch side. So Arkadiusz is up 5 points to something. Probably 5 points to 3 is my guess. So he gets first attack in. First attack to Arkadiusz. Oh, but a really good block from Janusz on the corner of the table. That's exactly what he needs. Even though Arkadiusz is getting the first attack in, when Janusz can regain the advantage by putting a really good block on the table, that's what he needs. And there, Janusz gets the first attack in. When Janusz has been getting the first attack in, it's not looking good for Arkadiusz. So really the question is, in each point, if Janusz gets the first attack in, he's probably winning. If Arkadiusz gets the first attack in, can Janusz stay on the table? I believe it's 6-5 for Janusz. 6-6. Good point on table 1. First attack for Janusz. Oh! Ball off the side of his paddle. So his first attack was into Arkadiusz's backhand. Arkadiusz wasn't anticipating at all, which meant that he was able to put a good block on the table. Who can get a first attack to a place that the other person doesn't expect? I believe the score is 7-7. Really good push for Arkadiusz there. Wide to Janusz's forehand. Really wasn't expecting that. You can see that Janusz was a little bit late, changing from holding it as if he was going to hit a backhand to hitting with his forehand. First attack to Arkadiusz. Yep. And the first attack was wide to Janusz's forehand. You saw him kind of have to jump over to the right or to the left of the screen to get the ball and put him out of position for the next one. This game's close, folks. Oh, and that backhand topspin serve gets another 3-point. Is he going to go for it again, or is he going to change it up? That was long. Serve short. Oh, and it doesn't work. Arkadiusz takes the timeout. Game 5, I believe it's 9-9.
Thank you.
9-9?
Ten 8 aardig. Ten 8.
It's not 9-9. Arkadiusz has 2 match points. Arkadiusz is up 10 points to 8. If he can win either of these next 2 points, he'll do it. And I'm going to see who will have gotten his second loss. But it is Janusz's serve. We'll see if Janusz can play smart and get a good attack on. Serves. Arkadiusz gets the first attack in, but he misses. Oh, one more opportunity to do so. Arkadiusz has all these opportunities to get the first attack in, but not capitalizing on it there. Let's see what happens. Short serve, push. Oh! He got the first attack in, but was clearly a little bit tight. And just didn't hit the ball as hard as he could have. Just trying to play cautious to make sure he gets it. But then Janusz was able to block it back on the table. 10-10 in the 5th. As close as it gets. Janusz pushes off the table. Oh, and a net ball goes long. Oh, that's unbelievably tough. Janusz has missed 2 forehands in a row. And Janusz has to serve again. Let's see what he gives him. Janusz has got to attack it. Oh, off the net. Janusz has got to attack. Let's see if he can do it. He gets the attack. Janusz gets the counter attack. Oh, and the ball off the net. Oh. Sweet justice. Arkadiusz hits a forehand off the net now, and then Janusz hits the ball off the net now. 11-11. Is Janusz going to attack? I bet he will. Oh, no, he pushes. First attack to Ark. Oh, ball off the net. Goes over. Arkadiusz gets the point. Oh, unbelievably tough. The past 3 points have all been decided by the net. Janusz is down. Match point to Arkadiusz. Arkadiusz gets the first attack in, and that's it. That's match. Wow, what a tight match. so back and forth, so close. Arkadiusz coming back from down 0-2 in games to winning the match 13-11. Gosh, so tough start on the day for the #1 seed, Janusz Franeczek, rated at 21-30. Lost his first 2 matches to the 5th seed and 6th seed. So 2 players rated almost 100 points below. The new match is about to start on table 1 between Ejaz Shah and Naresh. He's the 6th seed today, rated at 20-35. Against Leon Lee in blue on the far side, who's the #2 seed, rated at 21-10. So again, about a 70-point difference between the 2 players, with Leon having about 70 points, 70 ratings. With Piotr Soja keeping score for us. Let's see how this can develop. Oh boy. First serve is long, Ejaz attacks it, but Leon managed to put 2 really solid blocks on the table instantly. Ejaz's game is definitely not one where he normally is looping a ton and is able to put a bunch of loops together. Ejaz's game is mainly about staying close to the table, controlling where the ball goes, and trying to push his opponents to make mistakes, while also being very good at attacking if the opponent gets an easy ball. Interesting, we're seeing that early on Ejaz is having trouble blocking the spin on Leon's loops. So Leon got the first attack in and Ejaz blocked the block. It's pretty uncommon for him considering his block is really good. Oh, tough shot and crop. But we saw there's something that's probably going to happen a ton, which is that Leon gets the first attack in, and then Ejaz gets a good block in and develops into a round. Which means that this game should be pretty fun to watch. Very spinny opening loop that you'll notice. We'll try to notice this in future points, but I think Leon's opening loops are giving Ejaz a lot of trouble when they're landing closer to the net. If Leon loops and the ball goes very near the edge of the table and bounces close to Ejaz, then Ejaz, I think, is actually having a little bit easier of a time blocking it. But if Leon loops it very high and it comes and spins down about halfway down the table, those might be the balls that Ejaz is having a little bit more trouble with. Because in order to block a ball that comes and lands on the table, like a foot or 2 in front of you, you have to lean forward over it and get on top of it. And that can be difficult. I think Ejaz's game is more used to kind of having these balls that come and bounce closer to him. Ejaz does a really good job spinning the first ball. We're seeing that Leon is able to block him downstairs, just keeping the ball on the table and forcing Ejaz to make a mistake when Ejaz is trying to be offensive. So Ejaz is currently losing 3-7. This opening game not going so well. But Leon playing a very good game. He's opening well, picking his right shots, blocking Ejaz down when Ejaz is attacking. So far it looks like Ejaz doesn't have many answers for the things that Leon is doing. Long serve. We've seen Leon serve long a decent number of times, which is usually a little bit rarer. You know, he's actually okay with Ejaz getting a first attack in because Leon has been blocking Ejaz's first attack so well. And we've seen 2 missed first attacks in a row from Ejaz. First attack Ejaz, and misses again. So there's 3 backhand attacks in a row. So what are the players really thinking about going into their 1-minute break? Ejaz is kind of in a tough spot because on points that his first attack went in, Leon was blocking them really well. So that might mean that Ejaz thinks, well, I need to hit my opening attack a little bit harder. I want to try to go for a little bit more to make sure that first attack really puts pressure on Leon. But then a couple of his other openings he missed. And when you're missing openings, you're thinking that you want to open up a little bit easier. Play it a little bit safer. So Leon's been playing well at blocking when Ejaz goes for hard openings, But there's a very smart opening. Maybe his changing strategy is going to be that he picks the position on his opening attacks better. Looks for where Leon is expecting the ball and hits it somewhere else. Very good. You see that Leon left that part of the table open. So Ejaz's vision has definitely improved in the sense of he's seeing where on the table is open for him to hit the ball. Already won 2 really good points that way. Stays on and blocks. All those loops are coming pretty close to Ejaz, so he's able to block them well. So far, the most troublesome attack that Leon has been his opening loop that's very spinny and lands a little bit farther away from Ejaz. Great forehand loop from Ejaz. Ejaz just stays on the table. When he gets the ball to his forehand, he can hit it really well. So far, finding some good answers in this game. Getting good threats with his attacks going to better positions. Making really good places for his shots. Pushing Leon off the table. That's great. Staying consistent, making sure that Leon gets pushed off the table. Short balls, first attack to Ejaz and misses. So we see him being not particularly consistent with his backhand attack. Now Leon misses a backhand attack. He just sees that Leon is hitting the ball to his backhand, moves his feet, steps around, and tries to get a good forehand loop in. It's the right move. But unfortunately misreads the spin and hits it. That's a good serve. That serve, Ejaz kind of comes under the bottom of the ball, so it looks like there's a bunch of backspin on it, but actually kind of stopped short just before he hit the ball. So there wasn't as much backspin on it as he thought. And Leon was like, oh, I got this, and actually hit the ball off. Very impressive. Again, Ejaz stays on the table very well, pushes Leon off. That's exactly the game Ejaz wants to be playing, so this one's going very well for Ejaz. It's 7-3. Good first attack from Ejaz. Continues to put pressure. You saw that Leon there to block the ball had to really reach out to his side to try to get to it. That's exactly what Ejaz wants to continue doing. Making Leon uncomfortable when he's blocking the ball. That's the one that Ejaz has trouble with. Yep. If you go back and rewind, you'll see that when Leon hit the first loop, it landed really far in front of Ejaz, very close to the net. So he had to lean over and try to block it down. That resulted in a block that wasn't too good, and Leon was able to pound the next ball at him. Unfortunately, missed serve. He's still up 8-5. This point's going to be really crucial. Being up 9-5 feels good. Being up 8-6 does not. Oh, and the serve goes a little bit long, and Leon shows that he can attack balls that aren't going to bounce on the table twice. That puts a lot of pressure on Ejaz now. 8-6. First attack. Leon. Ejaz gets a good block in. Ejaz up 9-6. Can you get 2 more and seal this game out? Or is Leon going to be able to stay close to the table and keep putting good attacks on? They're both close to the table. Oh! And Ejaz's close to the table game is just better than Leon's. They're trying to have quick exchanges close to the table, where neither of them are taking particularly huge swings at it, but instead just kind of quicker, right off the bounce strokes. I think that game favors Ejaz. First attack goes to Leon. Ejaz backs off the table. That's not his game. That's going to be a lot of trouble for him. 10-7. He has one more serve to try to seal this game. If he doesn't do it, he's going to have to win it on his opponent's serve. Ejaz serves long to the backhand. Leon sees it coming, steps around, and pounds it with his forehand. It's a very common tactic to try to serve long near the end of the game, because when it gets close to the end of the game, you tend to get a little nervous, not move your feet as much. And if you're nervous and not moving your feet, receiving long serve is very tough. Ejaz gets it with a couple good blocks, though. So we see that Ejaz tries to keep forcing the game to be this game where Ejaz takes the ball right off the bounce and doesn't give the opponent too much time to swing their stroke. A lot of players like swinging really big, putting a ton of spin on the ball, a ton of power on the ball. But Ejaz just doesn't give you time for that. So your two choices are either take a step back in order to have that extra time, or don't swing as hard. And we saw in that last point, and often in that last game, that Leon got caught kind of in between. Either he was backing up, or he was trying to stay close and swing big and just didn't have enough time for it. It was missing balls. Ejaz plays a very consistent game, and really makes you play yours too. Ejaz is the kind of person that's very fun to play matches against, because if you're playing well, you feel like you get rewarded for it, because it'll let you hit the shots. And if you're playing poorly, you'll get punished. And that's actually a good feeling. Yeah, to some people, I guess. Long serve, Ejaz crushes it with his forehand. At the risk of long serves, we've seen it work a couple of times, especially when Leon has served long to Ejaz's backhand and Ejaz has tried to take it with his backhand, but they have removed his feet and took it with his forehand. That's how you win points. Backhand opening from Ejaz. That's the first time we've seen that this game. Just like in the match against Janusz, the very first time Ejaz used a backhand loop and won the point straight out. But if we see it again, I'm guessing that Leon will know how to block it. And Ejaz is winning 3 points to 1. Oh. Well, I mean, that's a good serve, right? If you serve and it hits the edge and you get a free point, that's what you want. A little bit lucky, but... Very spinny opening loop again from him. It'd be interesting to go back and see where that ball bounced on Ejaz's side of the table. It was close to the net. So I'm not surprised that it gave him some trouble. Ooh, that was almost the exact same opening loop that we saw the previous point, but Leon was a little bit slow. And loop for Leon. And you saw Ejaz was kind of stuck trying to put his paddle a little bit in front of his body to block it. And that's not where you want to be taking your shot. So Leon picked a very good positioning to save the same shot. Ejaz played the right return by dropping the ball short over the net so that Leon couldn't get a good first attack in it. But Leon came and tried to just bump it over the net and then just touch it. Ejaz could never get it. Opening attack to Leon, but that's the kind of ball that Ejaz is fine with. If Leon's putting these opening loops right in front of Ejaz's body, Ejaz can just put his paddle in front of him and get it back on the table and give really good point. Oh, and Ejaz ends up doing it. Sorry, my camera cut out for a half second. And that's a good opening move from Leon. Puts it wide to Ejaz's forehand. That's what he's got to be doing. If he keeps putting opening attacks right in front of Ejaz's body, Ejaz is going to put his backhand on it and keep it on the table and cause a lot of trouble. It's great there that Leon was able to find a position for the ball to go. It gave Ejaz a lot of trouble. First attack to Ejaz. Did a really good job placing that ball over wide on Leon's backhand where he wasn't ready for it. See that? Score is 7-9, and Leon is losing by 2 points. Really good anticipation there. Leon tried to serve long to try to trick Ejaz, but it didn't work. Now he serves short. Ejaz puts a good return on the table, stays close. Leon backs up. It's not looking good for Leon. Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, that is a really good shot. Leon just barely gets the ball over the net. That's a really tough ball for Ejaz to attack again. 10-8. Ejaz has 2 serves to try to win this game. See if he sticks with serves he's already been doing or shows Leon something new. Good opening backhand and ends up winning the point. That's the second time we've seen that opening backhand loop. The first time it won the point straight out, but that time Leon put the block back on the table, but backed off a half step. Ejaz saw the opening and put the ball back on. Ejaz is now winning 2 games to 1. Ejaz to serve. Can Ejaz close out the match? He got another really good win under his belt. Starts with a serve that's a little bit long. The second bounce wasn't going to be on the table, but Leon chooses to take it with his backhand and messes it up. It's maybe a forehand to see what would be better. That falls short, so Leon has to come to the table and take it, allowing Ejaz to get a good attack in. Let's see more than that. Good push. The pressure on Leon made him uncomfortable trying to make that push. We're back with game 4 of Ejaz versus Leon. Let's see what the score is. It's currently 3-3. Good opening loop, or good, not opening loop, but good loop from Leon to put pressure on Ejaz. Ejaz normally is very good at blocking, but he hasn't been blocking with his forehand too much this game. So hitting that ball with his forehand. A good time. Leon leads 4 points to 3. Oh, and a great block right on the corner. Wins him the point, 4-4. Leon gets the opening loop, but Ejaz blocks him out. Oh, and that's a really good shot. So we said that in order for Leon to be playing a game with someone that stays close to the table, Leon either needs to scoot a half step back and continue to swing big, or stay close to the table and make his strokes a little shorter. We saw that now, I guess 2 points ago, he was able to take that half step back, have a very big forehand swing, which Ejaz wasn't able to block. Tricky serve. Again, Leon has the serve really wide out over to the left of the camera. It can be tough to get back on the table in a good way. Let's see if he goes for it again. Ooh. Good big swing from Leon. Ejaz again getting back on the table. So something to be looking for this game is how often does Leon get big swings in versus short swings. Opening loop to Ejaz. Big swing. Ah, missed it. Great opening loop by Ejaz getting the first attack in with his backhand and then following up with another ball. Big swing. Another big swing. Another big swing. That's what he needs to do. He's got to keep putting pressure there. If Leon takes a half step back and doesn't swing fully, the ball's going to be slow enough that Ejaz can put really solid block back on the table and make it tough for Leon ever to swing big again. Big swing. That's a short swing, so Ejaz is going to be able to put pressure on him. Oh no, Ejaz is frustrated with himself for missing that ball. That's exactly the kind of point that he likes to play. His opponent hits a couple of big loops at him, but Ejaz just stays close on the table and forces a weaker shot. And again, Leon gets caught trying to swing big, but from a little bit closer to the table, and that makes it tough. He's late, and he hits it off the side of his paddle. Opening attack to Leon. 3 big swings in a row is enough to do it against Ejaz usually. Great point there. And a really funny point on table 2. Go back and rewind and watch that one. Ejaz doing a good job of keeping the pressure on. And you saw he hit one ball with very soft, good placement, earned a higher next ball, and just smacked the crap out of it. Still, Leon is winning 10 points to 8. Can Leon close it out? Oh, ball off the net. Oh, ball off the net and out. So Leon closes it out, and this match is going to a 5th game. Boy, this match is real close. Players get ready for game 5. I'm sure that Leon is thinking about trying to get big strokes in on every point that he can. Because when he swings good, or swings large, he's winning the points. He's putting tons of spin on it, and that's something that Ejaz can't really handle. So he's really going to be trying to move his feet early so that he can swing big. And use the first point before you're going off the serve return. That's not the way you want to start game 5 if you're Ejaz. Tough opening. Oh, and he swings big again. So that first ball was spinning and short. Ejaz was able to block it onto the table well. Leon knew where the ball was coming, so he was able to get a good swing and put the ball where Ejaz wasn't expecting it. Right, 2-0 for good opening loop. Slow and spinny. And we were just saying how if someone attacks slow and spinny, you have to stay close to the table and try to touch the ball right after it bounces. But there, Leon took a half step back. That's death. Another good opening loop by Ejaz. He's going to swing big. Leon was trying, but he was drifting back too far away from the table. If you go back in the line, you'll see him just take a little half step back in between every shot. It's pretty tough to beat Ejaz that way if you're hitting with your backhand. Oh, and Ejaz plays a very smart ball. Wide to the backhand. And down 2 points to 3. Let's see what he goes. That's pretty. But Ejaz is close to the table. Leon's away. And Leon's not taking full strokes. That's just not going to work. Gotta find a way when he's far back away from the table to move his feet early, guess or anticipate where the ball is going to go, so that he can get a big forehand spin in it. Otherwise, you're not going to get past Ejaz. Alright, that's the kind of ball you can get past Ejaz. A good point on table 2. Back on table 1, Ejaz up 4 points to 3. Opening move for Ejaz. Oh, barely blocks onto the white line. He gets a miss from Leon. So since one player has reached 5 points, players will switch sides. Sometimes when you have that the side switch in the fifth game, it can throw someone off mentally because it's that little break. You just have to walk around. You have to think about something else. Doesn't look like it there though. Leon continues to swing really hard, putting good spin on balls and eventually finding an opening. Great point on table 2. And with a tie game, as close as it gets, 5-5 in the 5th. Oh, beautiful, beautiful ball. Ejaz continues to replace 3 balls in a row to Leon's forehand. Wide to his forehand. The third one, Leon is not expecting. Good blocks from Ejaz, that's it. Leon gets in decent opening loops, but Ejaz is just so proficient at blocking them down, keeping the ball on the table and staying close, that it gives players like Leon a lot of trouble. Leon's down 5 points to 7. And a very smart, slow opening loop that Leon has already taken a half step back, so he's not able to receive that ball well. That's a full swing. So Leon chose a good serve that Ejaz couldn't give back particularly well, which earned Leon the opportunity to really swing the ball and put it away. Let's see what Ejaz does. 3 points away from winning the match. 2 points away from winning the match. Still 2 points away. Alright, Leon is down 7 points to 9 in the 5th. If he can get 2 points off his serve here, that'll be huge. If he loses even one, it's going to be really tough. Good opening loop. Ejaz gets a good block. Oh, and that swing is half-hearted. Ejaz did a good job of blocking the ball very softly, because Leon had taken a step away from the table. And so when Ejaz's block came up a little bit short, Leon tried to reach for it, but just a little bit farther in front of him than he would want. And it caused him to miss. Ejaz's blocking game is just so good. And Leon's looping game is amazing too, but this is the kind of tactical and strategic matchup that Ejaz is going to like. This is looking good for Ejaz. Oh, he misses. 10 points to 8. I wouldn't be surprised if Ejaz took a timeout here. He had a huge advantage in the point that hit a little bit easy. No timeout. We're going to go for it. 10 points to 8. He has 2 serves to seal the match. Can he do it? Opening loop with his backhand. Another backhand. And that's it. He wins the match. Ejaz Shah has now beaten the number 1 seed in Janusz and the number 2 seed in Leon League. So maybe Ejaz is the guy to beat today. Taking out the top 2 seeds. No easy task when they're both rated above 2100. Ejaz's style is extremely good in this match. He stayed close to the table. Put a ton of pressure on these offensive players. And sure, when Leon was hitting his shots, he was winning points. But even one easy ball, Ejaz's style is set up to very well punish you for even one easy ball. You don't really get a second chance in points against him. Either you swing and hit like 2 or 3 good attacks in a row, and sure, then you win. But if you hit 2 decent attacks in a row, the third one's going to be tough to get in because he blocks you around so well. So, really great results for Ejaz so far.
One more. One more. How many matches? 1 to Haibin.
I'll be taking a quick break here. Coming up on table one, we're going to have Janusz Franeczek in the black on the far side. He's the #1 seed, rated about 2130, against Sid Naresh, the amazing 12-year-old. I believe he's 12, with a rating of 2065. Again, Janusz is a small favorite if you take ratings into account. But based on Janusz's results today, this could be anyone's game. And then on table two, on the near side, we have Arkadiusz. He's the 5th seed, rated about 2050, against Krzysztof Szostak on the far side, rated 2030. Both of these matches should be really exciting. Probably pretty close.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck, good luck.
Alright, and we have the match on table one about to start between Sid and Janusz. Sid to start. Just like in Janusz's previous game, he gave his opponent the opportunity to attack first, but then was able to come back and win despite that. Let's see if that continues to be a trend. First attack to Sid. That one was slow and spinny. So just like in the last match where we saw slow spinny loops that land farther away from the receiving player being good, we saw that Sid hit a slower loop with a lot of spin that gave Janusz a lot of trouble. Short serve, opening loop. That's Janusz's game. Short serve with his backhand, opening loop with his backhand. But unfortunately, it's not working for him today. Sid's off to an early lead, 3-1. Short serve to his forehand, gets a good pop-up, but he's not quite ready for it. That's a ball that he definitely should have taken with his forehand, but instead he got caught and took it with his backhand instead. So much of table tennis at this level is about anticipating where the ball's going to go and moving your feet so that you can hit it with either a strong forehand or a strong backhand, but very often the stronger forehand is going to be your best option if you have time to set up for it. Unless you're Janusz. Janusz's backhand is awesome. He probably wants to set up for his backhand as much as possible. But most players, and definitely Sid, are going to be wanting to set up with their forehand as much as they can. So be watching for points when Sid moves his feet to get a good forehand stroke on a ball that otherwise he wouldn't be able to if he didn't move. Miss hit from Janusz. Still an early lead for Sid, up 6-3. Sid's openings are looking very good, and Janusz has only been able to come back when Sid opens, I believe once. Again, Sid gets the opening loop, Janusz can't punish him. Sid's off to an 8-3 lead. seem ready to get hard shots. Two passes today, Janusz. Sid didn't quite move his feet well enough. The ball was a good couple feet in front of him. He tried to reach out with it instead of moving for it. 9-5, this game's not out of sight. If Janusz can get his 2 points on the serve here, this will be close. Advantage to Sid. But Janusz gets a full swing in. Oh my gosh, and a really good chop. That's incredibly unusual to see such a good chop out of players that are normally very defensive, but punished it, he won the point. Unfortunately, Janusz then makes a silly serve mistake. So Sid has game point to go up possibly 1-0 on the top seed. Janusz drops it very short, earns the opening attack, but Sid has full swings. You'll see that even though Sid was still close to the table and Janusz was hitting the ball at him relatively hard, Sid is quick enough to really wind up and hit big strokes, really putting a lot of his body into these balls. And that manages to secure in the first game. We'll take a quick break and we'll see what these players bring in terms of adjustments to tactics when game 2 begins. Sid is one of the few people here, or one of the few players here with a dedicated coach at the tournament here with him. Brian Bay in the background, telling him what to do, telling him what tactics to use. Maybe telling him not to get too safe with the fact that he won game 1, because Janusz is a very dangerous player. Let's see what game 2 brings. Janusz serves short and gets a good opening with his backhand. We didn't see that at all in game 1, so the fact that game 2 was off to a strong start for Janusz with the kind of point that he loves to play might mean good things for him. But we've seen this all day. Janusz's opponent gets an opening loop. That's enough to win the point. That's a very good block from him. Sid moved his feet to put his forehand on one of those balls that's way out on his backhand side, which gave him a very powerful shot that put him so into the next ball that all Janusz had to do was just put the ball back on the table. And you see Janusz having trouble putting together multiple forehand loops in a row while Sid just stays on the table and keeps punching the ball with his backhand. Tricky serve gets Sid. 3-3, tie game so far. Janusz choosing to take a second to make sure his shoes are clean and dry. Who gets the opening loop? Sid as usual, nothing to do it. Sid serve touched the net, but I don't think so. So the point goes to Janusz, because Janusz actually attacked first. Backhand loop. Good. We saw 3 of those points in this game so far that Janusz has won, where he serves, Sid gives him return, and then Janusz can just pound it with his backhand. Janusz's backhand is looking a lot better now. That's bad news for Sid. But still, Sid's putting good blocks on the table and made Janusz hit 4 backhands in a row. He made the 3rd, but couldn't make the 4th. Still, the fact that Janusz is now hitting backhands, looking very confident in them, spinning them on the table. I'm gonna guess that Janusz is gonna win this game with 2 or 3 more backhands like that. And some smart serves don't hurt. Ooh, he pushed with his backhand. There's the loop. Oh, and he misses it. Given how good his backhand was looking earlier this game, I'm surprised he missed a ball that looked like a safe, comfortable loop. Let's see if the backhand loop gets him out of the situation. 7-7. Here it is. You know it. Sid's going to be looking to avoid that in these next 2 points, so maybe Janusz will be ready on his forehand. That's exactly right. Oh, but he misses an easy ball. Good adjustment from Sid, trying to get to Janusz's forehand. Good adjustment from Janusz being ready for the forehand. This is going to be another backhand loop. Janusz's point. Oh no, he doesn't loop it. Oh. And Janusz upset with himself for missing these balls that he knows he can do. This is his bread and butter. He tries to have almost every point play where he has one of these backhand loops. They're good. So we see Sid fighting hard, getting a game point up 10-9. See if he can seal it. Oh, a really good push from Janusz, but no attack. Who's going to attack first? Oh, very passive play. Janusz attacks first. Oh, and that's enough to win it. So as expected, based on how the beginning of this game went, you could tell that Janusz was a lot more confident with his backhand loops than he was in the previous game. He was able to get 2 or 3 points in the second half of this game with it. Let's see if he tries to earn a backhand loop again or if he goes for something else. Oh, he moves around to a forehand loop. Oh, he gets the first one, but Sid gets a good block in. Gosh, that was tough. Game point for Sid. Can he seal it? Yeah, I could tell from the second that Sid stepped around that his opening attack wasn't going to be strong enough. It was very obvious to me that the ball was going to be going to Janusz's backhand, so Janusz just put it back on the table, and that's all he needed. Sid's got to make sure that when he's hitting opening loops... Ooh, look at this point. Oh! They're both a half step off the table, so they both had time to really wind up and swing at balls. But Janusz didn't quite put enough spin on his ball, and it went long. Tough day for Janusz. His backhand is looking good sometimes, but normally his backhand looks good always. I played him last week in Champaign, and his backhand is real good. He ended up beating me 3 games to 1. So Sid looking to make some more waves here. Up 2 games to 0. Janusz Franeczek. Again, Sid has a rating of 2065. Hasn't broken 2100 ever. He's been playing at a very solid 2000 or above 2000 level for a couple of months now, so maybe his training has paid off and he's about ready to break 2100. It's also unfortunate that Janusz hasn't been having the greatest of days. So we'll see if Janusz is able to pull out some wins. Maybe a comeback here, maybe a 5-game thriller. Who gets the opening attack? Sid, too hard. Didn't move his feet forward. The ball was kind of coming out his body, and he tried to lean out of the way and hit it with his forehand instead of stepping out of the way and hitting it with his forehand. And that little difference can be enough. Wow, incredible. Janusz's backhand loop is so good, but Sid just punches the ball back at it, and Janusz is unable to put another attack on the table. There you go. There's that really good placement that we know to see from Janusz's backhand. Being really wide, Sid not even able to touch the ball. Smart serve from Janusz. Just not feeling it today. Now it was smart play from Janusz, giving good variation on the serve receive by just barely touching the ball over the net, making Sid kind of step in. But Sid did it. Now this point looks good. Oh, and Janusz again hitting the ball off the edge of his paddle and missing. Something's up. Either his timing is wrong. Not sure what it is. Janusz was actually the one that drove me here to the tournament. He was telling me that his back was hurting him a little bit. So maybe that's part of the problem, but regardless of what the reason is, Janusz is missing a lot. And Sid's off to a really substantial 6-2 lead in this 3rd game. Already being up 2 games to 0. One more point could be the nail in the coffin. And he gets it with a net ball. It's unfortunate, but Sid's definitely playing better than Janusz is right now. Let's see if he can finish it out. That's just a really good play from both players. Oh, what a good point. Janusz played that point very well. short serve to his forehand that Sid stepped around and hit with his backhand, putting him out of position, and then he used that little bit of Sid being in position to turn it into a point win. Who's going to open first? Sid. Oh, and Janusz's backhand is really good. But Sid punches it onto the corner. Oh, and Janusz backs up. Oh. And great consistency from Sid, showing that he can play when his opponent's close to the table and when he's far away. Yeah, it's not a loop that he misses often. Well, except for today. Yeah, that's not looking good. Alright, his forehand's working. But it's big. This game is over. Sid has 5 match points and just needs to convert on one. Maybe the comeback from Janusz. Come back. So he's got 2 serves to try to seal it. We do it here. He gives Janusz the backhand loop. There we go. Janusz hits a slow, spinny backhand loop, and that's it. Sid really wants this point. He can hit that one already. Oh, Janusz makes it with his backhand. Oh, and that's an amazing forehand loop. Unlike previous points where we saw Janusz missing when Sid forced Janusz to hit 2 or 3 loops, there he hit, I'm not sure, maybe 4 or 5 good attack shots in a row. Wow, 10-8, I can't believe this. Let's see if Janusz can convert these 2 points. Oh, this looks bad for him. And that's match. What a great point to end on. Sid beating Janusz 3 games to 0. That's a great result for Sid. Great timing as the match on table 2 is just about to get started. This is going to be very interesting because we've seen that Ihor is a chopper, and Ejaz likes when his opponent loops at him. Ejaz is so good at blocking spinny loops, but Ihor's not going to be doing that to him. I have no idea how Ejaz is going to adjust to playing a game against a chopper. I've never seen this before. Well, apparently he's going to smack balls pretty hard and hope they go on, which is... We'll see. Ihor showing that he has some backhand attacks, but you know, when you're attacking to Ejaz, he's just going to block it back at you, and he's going to make you be consistent in attacking. And I don't think Ihor has that. So my guess is that in points that Ihor tries to attack, Ihor's going to end up losing. Commentator's curse, of course, it happens that Ihor attacks and wins that point. But in general, I think Ejaz is going to be very good at blocking if Ihor tries to attack. Whereas if Ihor gets Ejaz to attack, it's actually not going to look so good. Who knows though? I've never seen this kind of matchup before. Blocker versus chopper. See, those are the balls that Ejaz is going to have to avoid. If Ihor puts good chops on the table, Ejaz has got to just spin the ball up and be consistent. I'm not sure he can consistently spin balls in the kind of way that you need to beat a chopper like Ihor. Ejaz is going to be playing very different shots than we saw in his last match. These kinds of points are probably going to happen a ton. And I'm thinking that Ejaz is having a lot of trouble opening up and staying consistent. There are going to be a lot of these points where they end up both just pushing, slow balls. Once they get the fast ones, I don't know. Currently Ejaz is losing 2 points to 4. See, so he can hit one spinning one. Then a very good step in from Ihor. For Ihor. I must have heard that score wrong. Push. If Ihor's the first one to attack, I think Ejaz actually has a good chance. Ejaz's blocks are just so good, and Ihor's offense is not as good. So are we going to see Ejaz step around in these push rallies to try to put his forehand on a ball? A forehand attack? Or is he going to be content to stand close and in the middle of the table? Just keep pushing back. Push. And Ejaz is consistent in the pushing game. Ihor tries to attack. Ejaz says, nope, you're not getting it by me. It's just not going to happen. I don't know. Ihor might get a couple of points like this. It's actually very unfortunate for Ihor that the first time he attacked with his backhand, he ended up winning the point, because he might now be overly focusing on that, saying, yeah, attacking is working, and not realizing that he's actually lost a decent number of points in attacks. And of course, as I say that, he has a wonderful backhand attack and wins the point straight out. So that balance of when Ihor opens up, is Ejaz going to block it well? Or is the attack going to be powerful enough to get it by him? It's just really tough to get spinny balls by Ejaz. He blocks so well and stays so close to the table. And there we see Ejaz moving his feet a little bit to make sure he gets his forehand on the ball, and unfortunately missing it. Maybe going for a little bit too close of aim to the edge of the table. Push, 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 push. First attack. So he's, first attack, and he loses immediately. It just isn't working for him. One thing that you'll notice in the pushing game is that Ihor hits, I would say maybe 90%, 95% of the balls with his backhand. Even if a ball comes over to the right side, he'll move over to make sure he hits it with his backhand. Whereas Ejaz will push balls with his forehand. Ooh. That ball had tons of side spin on it. It's very tough to follow where that ball is going to bounce. And a long serve. It ends up working actually very well for him, making Ihor move. But he had his serve go long, the next ball he hit very short. You saw Ihor running back and forth, but missed the third ball, despite the fact that he had a small advantage. Alright, push, push, push. Again, you see Ihor attack. Ihor pushes exclusively with his backhand, where Ejaz will push with his forehand too. There you see forehand pushes. And he just stays consistent. Ejaz did a good job at pushing way over to the left, making Ihor move to the left in order to get the ball. So it made him a little bit uncomfortable and missed the shot. That's one of the disadvantages of pushing exclusively with your backhand, is that you're then going to be a little bit weak over way on the left side of the table, because you move over to the right a little bit to make sure that your backhand covers most of the table. If this pushing game continues, I think Ejaz is going to be able to get an advantage by pushing to corners instead of the middle of the table. So we'll see how that develops. This game is pretty darn close. I'm not sure what the score is though. An awesome point over on table 1. So push, push, push. Let's see if Ejaz knows to push corners yet. It looks like Ejaz is still pretty much pushing all of his balls to the white line in the middle of the table. Oh, and that's just a lazy push. And Ihor will punish you if you push lazy. Early in the game, Ihor was losing points trying to attack because Ejaz's pushes were good. There we see a bad push, and Ihor correctly chooses to attack it, and that's the point. And Ejaz tries to get forehand, he can't do it. He's frustrated with himself. So Ihor ends up winning a close first game. So if I'm Ejaz, I gotta be thinking about what my pushes are doing, where I'm putting them, if I can put more pressure on Ihor in that pushing game. A lot of the points are gonna go that way. Ejaz's choice is to try to figure out how to get more advantage in that pushing game, or make the choice to try to be more aggressive and try to attack some of those points. But I think if I were him, I would stick to this pushing game and aim at the corners. There he gets an attack in. He's very patient. He's not attacking balls that he shouldn't be attacking. He's waiting for balls that he wants to be attacking and going for them. Ejaz doesn't like being 5 feet back from the table. It's just not his game. He's not used to that. That's a very good serve. His backhand topspin serves can be very deceptive. Ihor throws the ball up and then pulls his paddle left to right across the ball, and it's often very tough to see if he pulls across the ball and goes under or pulls across and goes over. Sometimes that makes a weak decision. Sorry about that. Ejaz choosing to serve long. And that actually made the pushing game start out a little bit better for him. Because pushed Ihor off the table a little bit. We'll see if he sticks with that strategy, starting out with a long serve. Or 2 points in a row there. Serving long, Ihor pushes, and the next push Ihor misses. Ihor goes for an attack and misses. Now he's rushing the ball. That was definitely not a ball he should have attacked. See if we're using the same serve he did before, where he pulls across the side of the ball with the back. Interesting. Ihor's forgotten that he's a chopper. Yeah, if Ihor's going to stand a couple steps back and block the ball, just kind of bumping it back on the table instead of chopping and putting a backspin on it, it's not going to work. So this game's working tactically very good for Ejaz. He's starting with these long serves and pushing and forcing a weak push. That's a great block from Ejaz, but that's what he does. He just keeps those blocks on the table. Oh, that's great. Too weak of a push from Ejaz. And Ihor runs up and smacks it at him. Both of these players are very much playing their game very well. Ejaz playing a good blocking and pushing game, and Ihor being very good at punishing Ejaz for lazy pushes. A little bit of weak attacks. Again, that backhand serve. And he tries it again, he goes for the attack off of it. That's definitely a ball he can attack, he's getting weak enough receives. But unfortunately he's just missing some of them. And I think even if he makes them, Ejaz has such an easy time blocking these backhand, or these attacks from Ihor. It's just not a winning strategy for him. I like that he's continuing with his backhand serve, because it is giving Ejaz trouble, but he has to follow up with it better. Either having a good tough push, or making sure he's in position for an attack. You see a chopping point? Ejaz smacks into the net. Yep, we've seen that before, and we'll probably see it again. Ejaz is not spinning the ball enough. Ihor goes back and chops. It's a really tough ball to spin, because there's a ton of backspin on it, trying to pull the ball down into the net. That's Ihor's whole game. He gives you all these balls that you really just want to keep pulling down into the net. And you have to make sure you're lifting up, or getting under the ball. And a great corner on table one. Oh, that's so pretty. Ihor sticking with that backhand serve. Yep, okay, it worked for him. He's getting pretty mediocre receives from Ejaz on that backhand serve of his. He's able to punish him. So two very close games, but Ihor won them both. Let's take a look at these players' ratings to see who is supposed to have the advantage. I'm imagining that they're going to be incredibly close. Yeah, so Ejaz is the 6th seed in the tournament with a rating of 2035, where Ihor's rating is 2022. So there's only a 13-point difference separating these two players. Ihor is the last seed with a rating of 2022, but the ratings are all very close. So honestly, between the 6th seed and the 8th seed, there's almost no difference. This is absolutely anyone's game. And as we've been seeing, the 2 games have been very close, but Ihor has come out on top. So Ejaz has to be winning points in this pushing game. When they're both pushing back and forth, Ejaz hasn't really been able to put any threats on the table. Oh, good variation with the serve. He actually tricked Ihor, and Ihor received it, or returned it pretty poorly. Got totally lucky and it hit off the edge of the table, so Ihor got the point anyway. Let's see if he goes with that serve again. It's another one of these serves where he kind of pulls across the ball with his backhand. You know, I could have told you that was coming. When Ihor goes back and does one of these chops that goes up high, Ejaz is having so much trouble lifting it over the net. He really should just come and take it right off the bounce and just kind of dink it over the net. Make Ihor go from very far away from the table up close. There, he got a very good serve. You know, when he makes those, he's going to win the points. But I just think it's such a low percentage shot that he really shouldn't be going for it all that much. That's good. That's a good opening. But Ihor was moved over to the right so far, trying to have his backhand over there. And then Ejaz saw the opening and put a good loop way over to the left. And Ihor wasn't prepared to go yet. So maybe that can be a strategy for Ejaz. Maybe pushing balls over to the right side, our right side of the table, making Ihor move over and hit those balls with his backhand, and then putting a spinning attack over the left side of the table from our perspective. Let's see. So yeah, he's pushing over to that side, making Ihor step over to the right. Oh, Ihor gets a very good attack. Really big windup on that one, so very powerful. Maybe that's something that Ihor is thinking about, saying to himself, look, my attacks so far haven't been going well. I know I can do it though. I just have to make sure that if I'm going to be attacking a ball, I really have to wind up and swing at the ball hard. Seems to be a strategy, but yes, it means he's going to miss more of them. But when they go on the table, he's actually going to be winning the point. So I think I like the fact that Ihor is swinging harder at those backhand balls. And he shouldn't be discouraged by the fact that he missed that one there. That's what he needs to do. When he hears that slow spinny ball, just bump it back and make him run back in. Because then he's just off balance, he's running forward and back. That's exactly what you want. You just want to make a defender uncomfortable with their footwork, make them feel like they're out of position. And again, we see a backhand rip, totally killing it. He's in a very good position where he doesn't have trouble getting it, hitting kind of right at Ejaz's elbow. And no more backhand serve for Ihor. Wow, he still gets a free point with that. So Ihor's serves are definitely causing Ejaz trouble. And Ihor is playing pretty well in the rallies, so I'm not surprised that Ihor is winning this match. Come on! 5-7, Ejaz is losing. 2 points. Think it. Oh, he took it too late. He's got to come up and take that ball right off the bounce. Spenser, yeah. Ball very short to his forehand is exactly what you want. He loves to put his backhand on absolutely everything. He rarely hits with his forehand, so if you make him hit with his forehand, he gets a little bit uncomfortable. Great point on table 1. Oh, that's good. So Ejaz had a slow and spinny loop that went up really high, and I could tell that Ihor was trying to decide whether or not to hit it back or to chop it back, and he just kind of caught in between, so he chopped it poorly. Alright, good comeback from Ejaz. Good. These openings are wide. They're not close to that middle white line. They're close to the sidelines, and that's what he needs to be doing. Ihor's just getting too many free points on serves, though, even if he's rallying well. Ejaz giving up this many points on serve is going to make it hard to win. That's what he wants. Make Ihor hit it with his forehand, make him move over, make him jittery with his feet. Bump it. Oh, he got the smack. Oh wow, right on the edge of the table. And it continues, my god. Oh, what a point. That's one to rewatch. Boy, Ihor's shot went so high up in the air and just barely landed. If Ejaz had been ready for that, maybe he could have finished it off, but he was a little bit late getting to where he wanted to be because he thought the ball maybe wasn't going to go on the table. So he was like, he gave up a little bit. Let's see if Ejaz can do it. My guess is he's down 8-9. Patient, good pushes, patient. Let's see if Ihor goes for a backhand loop or Ejaz does. Ejaz does. And I'm surprised that got Ihor. It looked like it was right on the middle line, kind of where he was expecting it, but didn't do it. This is a close game. Oh, Ejaz doesn't decide right. A little slow on his decision to forehand loop, doesn't put his body into it. It's half-hearted. Really quick points on table 1. Man, go back and rewatch that. Alright, it's deuce now on table 2. But he should just bump it. Just bump it. Keep pushing. Put some pressure on him. Push to a corner, Ejaz. That's it. Make him move over. Don't let him stay in the same place every point. There you go. I think that's going to be Ejaz's secret to winning. It's pushing to corners. We saw there he pushed maybe 3 balls in a row far out to the left. And the third one Ihor wasn't able to get. It's tough. If Ihor's trying to cover all the way to the left with his backhand and all the way to the right, there's got to be a weakness somewhere, and it seems like far to the left is it right now. Ah, another free corner. So back to tie game, 11-all. Win by 2, 1 serve each. Deuce. Let's see if he does this short serve to Ihor's forehand. Nope, to his backhand. Oh, off the net. Oh, can you win it? That's it. What a good point.
What was that?
That's a great point.
Ball's right there.
Alright, game point to Ejaz. It's good received by Ejaz. Gets into the point. Can he push wide to his backhand? Over to the left? That's it. That's what he needs. Gets an attack. Oh, Ihor barely makes it. Oh, and he has an incredible step in. Gosh. Man, Ihor barely made his shot. Landed on the white line. He just bumped it up. Did a great job stepping in and smacking the ball. With a decent amount of side spin too. It curled away from Ihor. I'm gonna go back and rewatch that one. Great points on table 1. Back on table 2, we're in deuce. Oh, Ejaz has a half-hearted backhand loop. Doesn't swing big enough. And just misses into the net. Ihor's shots have so much underspin on them, trying to pull the ball down into the net. But the second the ball hits Ejaz's paddle, it's going to go down unless Ejaz really adjusts to it. By either getting under it or lifting it up. And there's 2 options. So it's just getting under the ball, under the ball, under the ball, under the ball. And see if he's going to lift up any one of them. Oh, Ihor goes for it. Oh, and he barely misses it. And that's it, 3-0. So close. What a good match. He just thought that maybe the last one hit the corner, but I didn't see it. He looked up at me as if I was the one who could call it. Nope, didn't see it. I didn't forget it. Didn't say anything about it. Oh, wait, table 1. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? Oh. Incredible points on table 1. Go back and rewatch that one. That was awesome. A blind shot by Haibin on the left. was so sweet. Alright, I'm gonna be taking a break. Enjoy the rest of this match on table 1. It looks like there are a ton of really good points on it.
Ale już teraz nie przegram czas. Go!
hope you guys are watching Table 1 because we have an awesome match going on. During Game 5, I know that Leon on the far side was up to a 5-0 start. Match. Really amazing points in that match. If you didn't watch the whole thing, I would definitely go back and watch it. And hey, maybe you can even tell me your own take on the tactics that went on in the match, since I didn't have a chance to commentate on it. Awesome move by Sid on table 2. Stepped around and crushed it down the line. So I think Sid is a small favorite in this match that he's playing right now. Especially given how well he's been playing today and the fact that he has his coach here. I would probably bet on Sid, but it's going to be close. Arak, on the far side, his name is Arkadiusz. But he goes by Arak, I think, as a nickname. Arak plays a very solid all-around game. It looks like right now he's being overpowered by Sid. Sid didn't move too much on that last point. And caught with flat feet. There's the movement we know and love. Ooh. Gets the ball off the edge. Coming up on table 1 would be very interesting, because again, Ejaz has this really great blocking game close to the table, and Krzysztof has a really aggressive, powerful looping game. Ejaz has been playing very well today, beating so Ejaz has played against the top 4 seeds already. And he beat the first seed, the second seed, and the 4th seed. Lost to the 3rd seed. We also saw him playing against Ihor, the chopper, in the last match. Ihor being the 8th seed and losing to him. But it's funny, Ejaz has now beat the top 2 players, lost to the bottom seeded player. But that just shows you that all of these tournaments, these round robins, where everyone's rating is so close, every match is anyone's game. Rating might tell you a little bit, but the second you see someone playing well or poorly, probably make your bets more based on that than rating. And Arak finding serves that Sid's having a lot of trouble with, and Sid definitely getting frustrated by them. Arak's offense not looking so great right now. Sid playing his standard, safe, conservative serves, and Arak is trying to do a little bit too much with it. Sid getting a little bit frustrated. He's gotta stay calm. Gosh, Sid's backhand is so good. Punches the ball so hard. But unfortunately, not too much variation on placement with that backhand punch that he has. So as long as he keeps punching it into Arkadiusz's backhand, Arkadiusz is going to be able to keep hitting hard balls at him. Good receive by Sid. Look at that. God, that's hard. Most players need to rely on having a little bit more spin on that ball in order to get it onto the table. But Sid can just play the angles so well. Barely skims it over the net. Hits with a lot of power. Ooh, that's tough. Sid runs around to take a ball with his forehand. Doesn't quite have enough power on it. Arek just blocks it wide to his forehand for the 3-point. Oh wait, he tries it again. So he needs to make sure he's adjusting. If those step around loops are putting him out of position and they're not winning in points, he's got to adjust and find something else to do. Can't stick with the losing strategy. Look at that. God, he puts so much power in the ball. You just wait. In 5 years, Sid's going to be kicking butt, to say the least. Match on table 1 is about to start. This will be a very interesting one, so even if I continue commentating on table 2, be sure to watch this one on table 1. Look at that. He just steps around and just smacks it in the line. I feel like that's probably not a ball he makes all that often, but hey, when it does, sure it's impressive. And then a dead ball serve. Krzysztof thinks his underspin, gets him another 3-point. Oh, very strange serve from Chris. I haven't seen it. Gives it to him again. Nah, but he just is ready for it. Very rare that the exact same thing works twice. Boy, Sid's fast. Ooh, match ball. 9-9 in this game, Sid versus Arek. Oh, excuse me, 8-10. So Sid is down 2 game points. Let's see if we can pull it back with these serves here. He tends not to serve long. Not to try to trick the opponent with his serves. His rally game is so good. Oh, an awesome move. Step around, did really good things from there. Can you get the next one? Oh, Arek gets the first attack in. Net ball. Oh, he just smacks the ball out. Incredibly strong play from Sid. Even though Arek got the first attack in, Sid was able to stay composed, stay on the table, make the right choices, and find the ball to attack. And boy, did he attack it. Deuce. Oh, and Arek gets a net ball. I'd be upset too. That's pretty brutal. These things happen, you gotta stay calm. Same serve as always. Gets a good loop, and that's it. So you saw he was a little bit late to that loop because Sid was really trying to sneak over to the right from our point of view to get a forehand on it. But was able to still get a forehand on it over to the left. Let's see if his power gets him to the point, and it does. Advantage Sid. Can he seal the game? Oh, and good dead ball serve. It actually does trick him really well, and Sid takes the match. That's awesome. Sid being the 4th seed in this group, and Arek being the 5th seed. They're separated by only 14 rating points, but again, Sid's playing really well tonight. Sweet point on table 1. Go back and rewatch that one. So it appears that Ejaz won the first game. Oh. I would bet on Ejaz. Haven't beaten the 1st and 2nd seeds. Krzysztof is swinging that big. Without enough spin. It's going to be hitting that into the net all day. Ejaz being very smart on serve returns. making the right decision almost every time. And that ball through his timing off, and he swung early at it. And this could be a fun match on table 2 now between Janusz and Haibin Huang. Haibin is the 3rd seed in this tournament, and this is the first match between 2 players that are both over 2100 in rating. Haibin on the far side of table 2 with a rating of 2102, and Janusz on the near side of table 2 with a rating of 2133. Given that Janusz hasn't been able to be particularly aggressive in his matches today, the small rating advantage he has, I wouldn't count on it. Back to table 1, we see, as usual, Ejaz staying close to the table and pushing his opponent off. But when his opponent can get a big swing in like that, that's the only real way to get it by him. Really good decisions on serve returns, staying composed.
Thank you.
Now Krzysztof's attacks are incredibly wicked. You'll see him really wind up and put his whole body into some of the attacks that he has. He's really going to need to do that if he's going to get a ball past Ejaz. And that's it. You saw him really kind of put his paddle out behind him to wind up. He really swung through it. Ejaz tried to take the ball with his backhand and he really should have hit it with his forehand, so lost the point there. And the match on table 2 has gotten started. You see Janusz starting with some good forehand spinny balls that gave Haibin some trouble. We'll try to keep an eye on both of these matches at once, see how the tactics develop. Boy, Krzysztof with a big backhand. So on table 2 on the right here, Janusz definitely favors his backhand. His backhand is really, really powerful, whereas I haven't seen him play too much, but he seems to be a very forehand-dominated player. He tries to move to get his forehand on as many shots as he can. And he has the power and consistency on his forehand to back it up and to make that footwork move worth it. Over on table 1, Krzysztof is winning this game 9-6, so let's see if Ejaz can come back for it. Krzysztof's going to even the game score at 1-1. Smart serve from Ejaz gets him a free point. Krzysztof is only up by 2. Tricky serve, yeah. That's a tough one. Game point for Chris. Smart receive by Ejaz there. So much of the game is going to be serve and receive. Who gets that small advantage in the first 1, 2, 3 balls of the point. Very smart opening by Ejaz. Gentle, in a very good place. If he had swung any harder, he would have gone for too much, and I'm not sure he would have made it. 9-10. Can Ejaz even it up? Backhand loop. Forehand. Backhand. Oh, and there's the big swing that gets him. We saw Krzysztof taking a couple of shorter swings, but then found the opportunity to really wind up for a forehand. He saw he had the time for it, and that's what it sucked to get the ball by him. Boy. Good shot on table 2. So on table 2, it appears the score is 7-3 in favor of Haibin. So Janusz is having some trouble. Good forehand loop. Blocks it short. Ooh. Haibin played the point smart. Wasn't able to finish it up. And back on table 1, we see some short exchanges where Chris stays close to the table. We'll see if Ejaz is able to push Chris off the table. We know that's Ejaz's game. And yep. Chris stepped off the table, tried to put some big swings on the table. It's tough. When you're a couple steps back, Swinging hard at balls can be tough if they're not in exactly the right place. Both players staying close to the table there, but Chris is missing. Going for a little bit too much. Oh, and on table 2, what a wonderful forehand from Haibin. Moving to his left, hitting the ball over to the right. It's a tough ball to hit. Boy, it's pretty. Yeah, Haibin has a really great forehand. These are the kinds of points that Ejaz likes. If you go back and rewatch that one, you'll see that Krzysztof takes a step away from the table and then just can't swing big at a couple of balls. And once you do that against Ejaz, he's going to make sure that you don't win that point. Ooh, goes for a little bit too much. Smart serve return for Ejaz. We've seen a couple of those in this game and last game. So that serve for Chris doesn't seem to be working too well. Alright, and then table 2 is getting started on their game 2, I believe. Haibin leads 1-0. Oh, and again, very pretty. He moves to his left, straightens his arm, and hits the ball with the right. Very pretty forehand. Oh, good point on table 1. Tied 5 points to 5 on table 1, and 1 game to 1, so it's dead even.
Thanks.
Great point on table 2. Haibin hitting a hard one to push Janusz back, and then a short one to make him run in, hoping to earn a better next attack, but ends up missing it. Still a very good play. Haibin's forehand is very fun to watch. It's tough to tell where it's going since he keeps his arm kind of straight during it. With that kind of straight armed attack, you can hit the ball to the right or to the left. And that makes it very hard to block it down if you don't know where it's going to go. It's been so much about anticipation. When you have shots that your opponent has trouble anticipating, and you keep getting better and moving up, being able to hit what looks like the same shot to different locations on the table. Being unpredictable is such a big part of the game. And table 1 is now tied up 8-8. Boy, these games are close. Boy, Janusz backhand is good. But it didn't finish the point. Ah, he still wins it. Ejaz likes those points. Ejaz don't let you back in. Once you back off the table and hit a soft shot against Ejaz, he's going to make sure you never hit a hard shot again. Or he'll hit it. But I think the first one happens more than the second one does. Again, on table 2, if you go back and look at how Janusz is trying to get ready for that loop coming from Haibin, Janusz thought he was going to need to hit it with his backhand, and then it ended up going wide to his forehand, and he didn't even touch the ball. Incredibly impressive how unpredictable Haibin's forehand loop is. Nine to 9 on table 1. Oh, Chris earns the opening with a decent serve that Ejaz didn't receive too well. He misses it. Let's see if he gets another one. Ejaz plays the smart return, puts some topspin on it, and keeps the pressure on. Ejaz is up 2 games to 1. A bunch of really close games going on here. Let's see how table 2 develops. Earned the first attack, which is something that he hasn't been doing too much in his previous matches. Ooh, Good point on table 1. Good point on table 1, yeah. Both players stayed close to the table there and are really fighting for it. There you see Chris taking a half step back and not putting on powerful shots. That's exactly how you lose the game against Ejaz. Either stay close and play this short quick game with him, or step back and really swing. That's it. You can't step a half step back and put easy shots on the table. His positions are too good. Puts the ball in too good of places. Off to a little bit of a slow start. Or a fast start for Chris. Chris leaves 3 points to 1. Look at those blocks. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That's a good shot. Instead of playing his normal game where he positions the ball to keep the opponent back on the table, he saw a ball that he wanted. Ejaz saw a ball that he wanted to swing at. Oh boy, good point. But Ejaz hit it hard and spinny, but it was right to Chris's forehand. And Chris is really good at getting back into points from farther back if the ball's in the position he likes. Boy, 2 really, really good points for Chris. Hitting a really powerful shot to win both of them. Ejaz earning the opening. Chris blocking around. Ejaz staying consistent. Oh, he catches the top of the net and the ball goes long. Point to Chris, 1-6. This game's not looking great. At this point, Ejaz will try to make an adjustment. But he's got to do something very big to win this game. Getting frustrated. This game's not coming back. Unless he can channel that frustration with himself into finding a new strategy, think of something new. Chris is hitting really powerful shots this game. Chris goes back, hitting weak shots, but Ejaz has got to find a hard one to hit. Apparently it doesn't look like he has the energy for it. Or the frustration's just getting the best of his legs. Great point on table 2. Oh, baby. Good point again on table 2. So Ejaz has won 2 points in a row. Now 9-3. He looks focused. He doesn't look frustrated. That's going to be good going into the next game. Good. He's playing smart balls. Completely tricked him. Yeah, when you outthink your opponent like that, you just turn him into puddle. Can't do anything. Chris is playing too easy. He knows this game is over, and thankfully he just gave him another point. That's really unfortunate, because he just had just played a couple of very smart points, which would have been a good way to go into the next game, but then he shows that he's still a little bit frustrated. He's got to make sure that the momentum going into the game is going his way. So it'd be great to have him get a couple more points, feel like he's playing his game well. See, this is bad for Chris. Because sure, Chris is almost definitely going to win this game, but giving Ejaz a chance to kind of hit his shots and play his game, and just waiting for him to make a mistake, is not the way you want to go into Game 5. Alright, that's a good way to go into Game 5. Chris just rocketing a ball onto the sideline. 2-2, we'll see. Can Ejaz overcome the little bit of frustration he's had with being down 1-9? Or can the fact that he got 5 points before Chris ended up sealing the game give him the confidence and the momentum to take Game 5? Either way, I think it's going to be close. I don't think we're going to see another 9-1 game. Game 5. Let's see how the tactics adjust. Net serve, 0-0 serve. Good serve from Ejaz. Gets Chris off the table. Oh, that's tough. Gotta stay focused here. Chris is doing a very good job of keeping the ball on the table. Making sure that Ejaz is, the pressure that Ejaz puts on by placing the ball so well, is not getting to it. Chris is continuing to play really good points. Good serve receive. Too long. Frustration's still there. Chris is up 2-1. Boy, he's hit so many nets. That is really unfortunate. He's got to stay focused. He's hit a ton of nets and let the ball go long recently. Timeout, he does. Kind of a lucky break that the ball went farther away from the table, so that he just has a second to kind of walk to it, gather himself, think about what his next serve is going to be, figure out the strategy here. Because he knows he can win this. It's just a little bit frustrating. Yep, he's still letting Chris hit big shots. It's not going to do it. Switch sides with 5 points. He gets another couple of seconds to focus. Whenever I'm in a position like this, I try to make sure that my body language stays really positive. I try to be bouncing around on my toes, moving around, jumping around, just making sure that I'm staying active. Just being flat-footed, just kind of walking to the other side of the table half-heartedly, it makes a difference. You don't feel as good afterwards. You still see, he's still down. There are definitely times in table tennis matches where you feel like, yeah, all the balls are hitting the net. Speaking of which, Chris just hit the net again. But you got to be able to focus on your strategy and keep thinking regardless, and not focus on the fact that the ball just hit the net so many times. Or that your opponent is hitting incredible shots, or is upset in one. Find threats, find answers to their threats. That's what it's all about. But unfortunately, Ejaz doesn't look like he's coming back in this one. 2-8. Ejaz gets a point. Chris gets pushed off the table. Ejaz has got to find a forehand. If he doesn't find a forehand, Chris is going to find a big shot. That's it. In earlier games, when we saw Chris get pushed off the table, we saw Ejaz taking a step to the left so that Ejaz could start hitting with his forehand, but we're just not seeing that here. Alright, this is it. Last chance to make an adjustment. It's Ejaz's serve. He has control. Getting 2 points here can really get into Chris's head. Not sure he has it. Ooh, good adjustment. Something new. That's what we want to see. Something new. We want him thinking of new things. Chris responded pretty well and returned the serve well, but then missed his opening loop. That's it. Forehand loops. Ah, but too easy. Chris playing incredibly well here, finding those opportunities to re-attack. And finding ways to crush the ball past Ejaz, which is not an easy task. Ejaz's blocks are very good. Smart play. That's it. He's still in it. That's it. Chris realizing he's playing a little bit too easy and that this game is not over. He has match point, but back to Ejaz's serve, and that's huge. I think Ejaz isn't going to mind having a timeout now either, because Ejaz still gets to think what 2 serves he wants here, how he can get back in this match. It's not a high percentage chance that he can get back in this. He has serve. He has some momentum. He's just got to find ways to push Chris off the table and then get a forehand to finish it. Can he do it? Good opening. That's it. That's 1. Can we count to 6? How many points is he going to need? 6 to win it. Oh! He plays smart, but can't finish it. great match between Ejaz and Chris. Incredibly close, incredibly back and forth. In the first couple of games, we saw Ejaz's strategy of staying on the table and pushing Chris off, working incredibly well. But in the last couple of games, last 2 games especially, he wasn't moving to get his forehand on balls when he could after pushing Chris off the table. And so he just kept kind of bumping backhand balls back to him, back to Chris, and Chris was able to find the opportunity to put a big swing onto a shot. And boy, are Chris's swings big. Game 4, he was up 9-1 before winning. Game 5, I know he was up 7-1 before winning. So really, whatever adjustments Chris made absolutely made the difference. Got Ejaz frustrated and sealed him a really good win when he was down 1-2. Alright, we probably have about another maybe hour and a half of the tournament left. On table 2, we currently have the first seed versus the third seed, after which we'll have to have the second seed and the third seed play, and then the final match will be the first seed versus the second seed. So we're getting close to the end when the best players are playing the best players. Those matches are always reserved for the end. Currently the tournament director is packing up some of the equipment just in preparation. So definitely getting close. Great matches all around today. Awesome backhand loop by Janusz on table 2. Stepping over to his right, crushing the ball off the corner. Haibin had no chance. Haibin not swinging particularly hard at these balls. Just choosing instead to stay consistent with them. Wins in the game, or wins in the point. Smart, deceptive topspin serve that Haibin doesn't get on top of. Topspin just made the ball jump off his head. Oh! Wrist a little bit too loose on that backhand. A little bit floppy. That positioning is so amazing for this sport. The fact that you can wind up, the receiver has no idea where the ball's going to go, and he places it right on a corner. That's some impressive stuff. Let's see how Janusz responds. Short serve, barely bouncing over the net. Haibin pops up. Janusz is able to get his feet in position and crush it with his forehand. On table 2, excuse me, on table 1, we have the match going on between the number 2 seed, Leon Lee, and the number 8 seed, Ihor. This is definitely going to be a really entertaining match to watch. I'm sure a lot of the rallies will have Ihor going a couple of steps back from the table and chopping, with Leon staying close to the table and putting tons of topspin on the ball, just lifting them time after time. Trying to look for that ball that he can hit a little bit harder. Good service used by Ihor. Again, Leon has that wicked serve that curls out to the, from this view, curls out to the right. So Ihor stepped over there and was able to get it back on the table. We see Leon just sitting on his backhand there, which is interesting. I would think that he would have moved to his forehand. Ooh, Ihor gets... There you go. Ihor decided to loop a ball, spun it really well. bounced off the net cord, which was a little bit lucky, but then was able to put his feet in the right position, hit the ball wide over to our right, getting it by Leon. These are the points we want to see. Ah, Leon misses the loop. If Ihor shows that he has the chopping consistency to make Leon make a mistake, it's going to be looking pretty good for him. Look at that. That's his. Oh! Leon managed to bump the ball just barely over the net, making Ihor have to run quite the distance to get to that ball, and it just wasn't quite there in time. Very impressive serve by Leon, again curling out so far to the right, barely over the net. And very impressive receive by Ihor, being able to get it all the way back onto the far corner so that Leon couldn't get a good attack into the next ball. Ihor hits the ball with his forehand. Net cord is not nice for the number 2 seed. Good shot from Ihor. That's going to put some pressure on Leon. Back into a chopping melee. Wow, wow, such an incredible chop. So Leon doesn't seem to be putting together multiple attacks when Ihor is chopping. Leon will put on one good attack on the table, let Ihor chop, and then he'll just bump it back up, just like that. And then he'll look for the next one. There are many, many different choices that you can make when playing choppers. You can try to be looping time after time again, or you can choose to loop one and then push one, and then loop one and then push one. And it seems that Leon is choosing to loop one and then push one. See how that works. One loop in a row. Ah, there he loops 2 in a row. Of course, the commentator's curse. Exactly what I say is exactly what doesn't happen. But that's pretty impressive that he was able to loop 2 balls with his backhand. You can see Ihor's underspin. Leon looking maybe a little bit tired, like it's near the end of the day. This is probably his, let's see. It's probably his 5th match. And by the time you get to 5 matches, it can be pretty tough. And we have a scorekeeper. Ihor managing to pull out that first match, or first game. It makes sense. Leon hasn't been putting together consistent offense enough to get through the really consistent chopping that Ihor has. The serve game has been pretty neutral. Ihor hasn't really had any serves that Leon can't answer, and Ihor hasn't really had any serves that Leon can't answer. Alright, let's see how game 2 plays out. Ihor choosing to block balls. So normally when Leon gets a spinny open loop on the table, Ihor has been taking a step back and chopping the ball. But there he chose to take it right after it bounced, putting a lot of pressure on Leon. So there he chops it. Really powerful chop. Jeez. Those are the kind of shots that Ihor needs to be able to win this match. Powerful chops and powerful blocks. Again, there's that serve from Leon that goes way out to the side. Ihor being very good at keeping the ball on the table. He's got to put some underspin on it. There you go. He'll get bumped. Comes back in. Oh boy. Hit the ceiling. That's a good point. Ihor putting the ball back on the table a couple of times. Leon being patient enough to find the right ball to attack. Not making making any silly mistakes, either of them. That's a good shot from me. Oh, there's an easy mistake. Loop one, push one, loop one, push one. There's the loop, there's the push. There's the loop, there's the push. Oh, Ihor attacks the ball and he gets it. Yeah, if you loop one and push four, you know, Ihor can find a ball to attack at you. And that's what we saw happen there. That can be a really demoralizing point for Leon, considering he put a couple of good attacks on the table. Ihor just got them back and then found his own opening. That's definitely tough for the mental game. Loop one, push one. Loop one, push one. Push two. Oh, interesting. Maybe Ihor was expecting another attack there. So he was a half step farther back than he should have been. Regardless, Leon showing good consistency there. Such a consistency battle. Just who can keep it on the table longer. Loop one. You know the deal by now. As I say that, of course, it totally changes. But there, his first loop was good enough. Maybe Ihor was a half step too far back, so Ihor's chop was really high. And Leon finally found a ball that he could go and crush. And yeah, if Leon gets that kind of opportunity, the point's ending, no matter who wins it. Either his ball's going on the table and he's winning the point, or he's just gonna miss. Very smart attack. If you go back, you'll see that after he served, he kind of stepped around the corner of the table so that his body could get a little bit closer to the net, allowing him to take the ball a little bit closer off the bounce. It takes a lot of anticipation to be willing to jump around the corner of the table like that to get closer, because, you know, the person could hit it totally on the other side of the table. And a good serve and receive on the third ball by Ihor. Oh, a block from Ihor. Really put Leon off balance, and he was able to recover and keep it up. That variation from Ihor is really good. Leon staying incredibly composed, staying on his feet, keeping the ball on the table despite the fact that Ihor gave him good variation on how Ihor was responding to Leon's shots. Push one, loop one. That's a good loop. The small ball he might be able to hit. Nope. Ooh. Stays on the table. Pushing. Loop. Oh, and he gets it. You saw that Ihor took that ball from nearly on the floor. Normally choppers don't want to take the ball quite that low, but it can often be hard to tell how powerful the ball's going to come from the attacking player. Leon did a good job there of just spinning the ball up, slow and spinning, seeing that Ihor was a half step too far back. And Ihor missed it. That's what it's all about. Being in the right place at the right time every single time. That's why people put in so many hours of training. I think Leon has won 5 points in a row. I might be wrong, but I thought the score was 5-1. A little bit slow for me. He's really going to see that push coming. I think from Leon's body language and how he holds his paddle, it's pretty obvious early on whether or not he's going to loop or push. So if Ihor sees that Leon is going to push, he really's got to step in and do stuff like that. Let's see if Ihor starts doing a better job of reading Leon's body language about what shot is going to come up. He's been caught too close a couple times, caught too far a couple times. That's it. That's what he needs to do. So now it looks like Leon was a little bit lazy on serve return. Boy, this match is so back and forth. Tie game, 7-7. Ihor leads 1-0 in the red. Ihor the 8th seed in this, and Leon in the blue, the 2nd seed in this. But when everyone's ratings are so close, it's anybody's game. 7-7, Leon to serve. Again, Leon stepped around the corner of the table to get closer to the net to hit the third ball. Ihor too far back for that. Yep. Again, you saw that Ihor had to take that ball from basically on the floor, and those balls are very tough to get back on the table. 9-7 Leon. Didn't quite move his feet, get in position for that ball. Game point to Leon. Going to even it up at 1-1. Ooh, Ihor gets a net ball. Ooh, good backhand. But nope, doesn't have the consistency to put multiple ones in a row. This is going to be a close one. 1-1. We'll be right back. Alright, 1-1. Let's do this. Nice point developing. Oh.
Vai.
Ooh, off the net now. Yeah, that's gonna happen. If both players are pushing, what matters is who's taking the ball quickly off the bounce. And you saw there that Leon really drifted back. He maybe did 1, 2, 3 pushes, and after each one he took a half step back. That gave Ihor a ton of time because the ball just kind of floated up to him a little bit slowly to get his attack in. That's tough. Good start for Ihor. Let's see if he keeps it up. Loop. Ooh. Surprise. Seems like they have kind of ball that Ihor doesn't miss much. Very good change in tactics from Ihor. It didn't end up working, but I actually like that change. So, you know how we said that Leon has this serve that curls out to the right? He tried to attack it right off the bounce instead of waiting for it to drop. Which I like that change in tactics. It didn't end up working. After a good start to the game for Leon, or sorry, for Ihor. Starting out at 3-1, he's now lost 3 points in a row. Oh, 4 in a row. He's a little bit slow on the attack there. Leon doing a good job of not letting Ihor get attacks in. Ihor's missed a couple of attacks in a row. Strong shot, that's a tough one to get. We've seen this Ihor miss maybe 4 attacks out of the 6 points that Leon's won. So when Leon has scored 6 points and 4 of them have been off of Ihor's mistakes, I think that Ihor should probably take a little bit off of his attacks to make Leon show inconsistency. That's it. Missed 5 attacks. There you go, right? Make Leon attack. Make Leon show that he can continue putting balls on the table at the end of a long day. It's not the end for him either. He's got probably 2 matches left after this. Still, the 5th match of a tournament tends to be when you start getting tired and it starts being really tough to continue hitting balls on the table. Leon showing us that he can still do it there, but who knows? Can he keep it up?
Oh, broke. It's broke. It's okay. You stay there, Spenser.
Broke? No, I want a new one.
Okay, that's it.
We have some players here taking pictures of their trophies from the other groups, so I'm going to take a minute break from the commentary here. Great point on table one.
Move your legs.
Thank you.
Alright, we're back to action. Oh, Ihor missing a serve. Now Leon's up 9-7 instead of could have been 8-8. That's a tough one to miss. Leon continuing to serve really short, making Ihor step in. Fortunately for Ihor, Ihor is super tall and very long arms, so he doesn't have that much trouble with there. Again, just barely dropping over the net. That's alright, Ihor's ready. Fortunately, missed the next one. Both of these players showing that they're a little bit tired, but who can keep it consistent enough to pull the match out. If Ihor can get these two serves, it'll be deuce, otherwise it's Leon's game. Oh, incredible block from Ihor. Oh. Put two wonderful blocks back on the table, but then had kind of a half-hearted chop for the last ball that didn't make it to the net. And a very close match. Leon in blue, the number 2 seed, leading 2-1 against Ihor, the number 8 seed in red in table 1. Seeing some tired legs on table 2 as well. That's why when I go to tournaments, I always try to bring food with me. It's really tough to go, 5 hours without food if you're going to play 7 rounds in a row. And definitely the tired legs we're seeing here on tables 1 and 2 could definitely be the result of players not having enough food or water. Round robin tournaments are long. They're great, but boy, they are long. So on table 2, these are the kind of points you see from tired players. Alright, just 2 steps back from the table. Not even making the effort to step back in. We all know the feeling. You gotta fight it as much as you can. Pretend you're not tired, that'll work. Good loop from Leon. Earns a heart attack on the second ball. Oh, incredible. Incredible gets from Ihor. All the way up to the sky. You probably didn't even see him on camera. And Leon jumping to try to smash the ball back on the table, but missing out. That's not a ball you practice that much. Again, that serve really curling so far out to the side that Ihor's been trying to put back into the far right corner. Had a little bit of trouble with there. Yes. 2-2 in points. Loop. Oop. Push. Loop. 2 loops in a row. Boy, that is tough. Leon's backhand looks very impressive there. It's very hard to put backhand loops in succession against a chopper. Ihor finds an opportunity to hit a ball wide. It's all about figuring out what the other player is expecting and trying to do something different. Loop, loop push, loop push. Oh! Boy, these balls are going right on the white line, so close to the edge of the table. The precision they have here is really awesome. Ihor missing a ball that he probably makes more times than he doesn't. Backhand loops are tough. Let's see if Ihor pulls out any new strategies, any new blocks, any new serves. Oh, there. That was smart. Unfortunately, didn't follow it up well. You could see that Leon was definitely expecting for Ihor to hit a hard ball, so Ihor just dinked it over the net, and could have attacked the next ball, but just dinked it again. Can't dink 2 in a row. Not gonna surprise him with it the second time. Good to see from Ihor. Loop push. How many will he push in a row? Wow, interesting. I've seen a couple of these points where it goes loop, push, push, and Ihor's missed on that second push. Loop. That's it. Very good positioning on Leon's opening loop, forcing Ihor to hit it with his forehand, which is never something that Ihor wants to do.
Go.
3 points away from victory for Leon. Ihor gets a good loop in and pushes Leon off the table. So that's to do it. Loop. Loop. Unfortunately, player from another table kind of got in the way there, but I think they're kind of the point anyway. 2 points away from victory for Leon. 9-5. Long serve. Loop. And smash. He got it. He's getting good receives now. Ihor's chops are not quite staying low enough. Leon's able to punish him. Match point. Short to the forehands. Loop. Chop. Push. Push. Loop. And blocked off the table. And that's match. Leon pulls out a win against Ihor, the 8th seed. Only a couple matches left on the day. We can see that the crowd is thinning out. That far back corner, tables have been packed up, nearing the end of the day here at the Schaumburg Park District. Definitely still a couple of great matches going on. Tired legs on table 2 here on the left of your screen. Check out table 4, D match group. Tough serves. Oh, and a great spinny loop by, I believe Nabil is his name in the white and black shirt. Alright, the matches are resuming in Group A. Turn our focus back there. So this is going to be the table 1 3rd seed versus the 4th seed. Haibin Huang is rated just above 2100, and Sid is at 2066. So 40-point difference between these two players, which in the scheme of things is not much. Sid's form has been looking good today. He's been putting up good results. Haibin's forehand has been looking awesome. Should be more very entertaining matches. In order to make sure that my camera is all ready to capture the finals, which will be happening probably after these rounds, I'm going to take a quick break from commentating and talk to you again in the finals. Alright guys, we are back. We're about to see Janusz Franeczek on table 1 in the reddish pink shirt play against the second seed Leon Lee in the blue shirt. So this is the #1 player versus #2 player by USATT rankings. I know they both have a couple of losses on the day, so they may not be the leaders in terms of the record so far in the day, but it should be a good match nonetheless. On table 2, we have Ihor the Chopper on the near side, who's the 8th seed, playing against Krzysztof Szostak on the far side of table 2. Krzysztof being the 7th seed. So table 1 is the 1st seed versus 2nd seed, and table 2 is 7th seed versus 8th seed. I believe these are going to be the last 2 matches of the day. So the players will definitely be tired at this point, but hopefully we can still see a good show. I always really enjoy watching choppers, so table 2 I think will be really fun to watch. Currently we see that the match is looking like it's going to be a lot of push, 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 but hopefully one of the players will be able to open up. Yeah, Chris has some huge shots, so hopefully we'll see some of the backhands land and get applause from the slowly waning crowd. Awesome point on table 1. Oh! Awesome backhand rip from Janusz. Clipped the edge of the table, which is tough, but I feel like he was getting that point even if it hit solidly instead of the edge. So you see Leon gets the first loop in and is able to follow it up with enough power to cause a mistake from Janusz. So it'll be really interesting to see who is able to dominate the serve game, who's able to get the first attack in, and see if the first attack is often getting converted to winning the point. It should be at this level, but you never know. Some players are really good blockers, some players are really good at turning around points. Wow, so much spin, my gosh. Oh, and a lucky net break at the end, but still. Incredible spin and loops there and footwork from both players, moving totally to the corners. Try to get the camera to capture a little bit more of the backcourt on Janusz's side. Opening loop to Leon, but then Janusz steps in and is able to hit a really good loop to win the point. Really short serves from Leon, we always see. Nice. Janusz's forehand looks really good right now. So Janusz down 4-6 early in game 1. But both players are really putting good spin on the ball, playing aggressive shots. I'm expecting this match to be a fun one to watch. So we see that Janusz's serve is super short, and Leon tries to return it short as well. But it is short, but it's a little bit high, and Janusz is able to step in and totally destroy it with his sweep backhand. So far, all of the serves have been really short, but Janusz sees that one's coming a little bit long and is able to step around it. Kill it. So if I'm Leon and I see that I serve a ball a little bit long and my opponent crushes it, I know that my next ball's probably going to be really short. Yeah, it's short, but it isn't ready for the next loop. When you serve that short, you should be able to attack on the next ball that comes to you, the third ball. Again, serving long. Wonderful loops put together combination by Leon. You see the footwork of him starting with the first loop, then moving to his right to hit another forehand, then moving back to the left to hit a backhand. Incredibly tough combo to get. These players are able to do. And Janusz gets an awesome backhand loop that pushes Leon off the table. Yeah, Janusz is definitely getting really aggressive shots in almost every point here. He loves getting his backhand involved in that because he has such a sweet backhand. Such a short drop that Leon is not ready for the receive. Thankfully, he's able to push it far to the left corner of Janusz. Janusz messes up, trying to move to the left while hitting a spinny ball, which can be tough to do. Janusz has game point in game one. Serving long, getting punished, it looks like. See if he can come back here. Oh, he steps back into the table. Can he get an aggressive shot? His blocks have good enough positioning that he flashes an error out of Leon. And he takes game one. That's some grunts of frustration and also fun for these guys. I'm sure they've played this a number of times. So Janusz pulls out game one. Both players looking like they have a pretty good feel for the ball right now, despite the fact that this is the last match of the day for them. They've been putting really good shots on the table, moving around fairly well. And we haven't seen that many points where either player has been particularly off balance. They've been staying pretty well on their feet, hitting shots where they're wanting to hit them. And it's just been a kind of a game of who can pick the right amount of power to put on their shots. If you put a little bit too much on, you're going to miss. If you don't put enough on, the opponent has an opportunity to put more on. So it's all about getting a tiny advantage off of your serve or off of a good receive, and then picking the right amount of power to convert that small advantage into hopefully a bigger advantage, and then finding a ball to win the point on. Alright, game two to start. Janusz to serve. Up 1 game to 0. 0-0. Long top spin serve into Leon's body, catches him. Leon tries to step around and get his paddle to where his body used to be, but doesn't quite read the spin right and hits it with the side of his paddle. See if Janusz gives him the same serve. He does, and it works. It's pretty rare that you give someone 2 of the exact same serves in a row, unless they really mess up the first one. And there we saw that he messed up the first one, and he messed up the second one in a different way. See if Janusz can stick to that serve and keep pounding away at that disadvantage, or that weakness that we just saw in Leon. Super short serve. It's able to open up, and that wins him the point. Janusz tends not to be very aggressive if you serve extremely short to him. He'll just give you a ball back that, you can open up on and you can get the advantage. Good point developing. I like that Leon tried to put a tough spinny shot on with his backhand when he ended up missing. Good ball to go for. Wow, there's 3 of those serves in a row that Leon literally hasn't even gotten his rubber on. He's hit it with the side of his paddle or missed completely 3 times in a row. And with that, he's down 1-5. Super short, gets the opening exactly as expected. Can he keep it up? Oh, he misses. That's tough. When your opponent has found a serve that really is kind of shaking you, it can be tough to stay focused on your serve too. You got to remember that you're basically playing 2 different games here. The one where you're serving and the one where they're serving. And being able to stay focused and confident in your serve game, despite the fact that you're getting beat when the opponent is serving, can be really tough. It's really easy to continue thinking about those serves and trying to figure out an answer to it when really you're playing 2 different games. When you serve, ball's in your hand, you have a lot more choices with it. Let's see if Janusz goes back to that serve. No, he misses it. Going for a different one. It's a very tough balance between sticking to the same thing that's working, but always wanting to try variety. It's always tough, and that's why table tennis is such a tactical game. Really good blocks by Janusz there. Again, Leon getting in very spinny balls, but Janusz is refusing to back up. He's staying on the table and making good blocks. And it's winning a lot of points. He's up 7-4. Oh my gosh, he broke his paddle. Literally, his paddle just broke when he won that point. I've never seen that ever.
You're careful, right? You just can play like this.
Let's go take a closer look.
Oh my god.
Like this now. Like the same rubber.
Does he have a second one in his bag?
But you're perfect. What's the problem?
Oh, he's the arbiter. What is the situation?
He can use any racket.
Change racket. The same rubber, right?
So he's going to be going to his bag
He has to
soon.
get a racket now. He cannot change anything. Any racket he can find, he can.
Ah, he has a backup. There you go. We'll try to get a close-up on that broken paddle at the end, but
Like he shake hands.
yeah, oh my goodness. So he has to now use a different paddle that he got out of his bag. I wonder if it's the same or if it's something different. We'll go back to screen. Boy, that's crazy. I've literally never seen a paddle break in the middle of the point. But he did loop it hard and he actually won that point. So. We'll see if the adjustment to the new blade causes him some trouble, but for now we're back to it. Goodness, that's crazy. Looking good so far. So Leon is down 6 points to 8 in this game. Again serving short and again not being aggressive on the third ball. Allowing Janusz to get a really good attack on the fourth ball. And that's it. We gotta see if Leon can become aggressive on those third ball attacks because he's getting good balls that he can attack. Once he serves, the ball that comes back is definitely attackable, but he's been either lack of confidence or that ball's off the net, so that's tough. Again, Janusz gets an attack on the fourth ball and wins the point. He won 2 of Leon's points and Leon serves in a row. And now he's up 10-6, looking to go up 2 games to 0. Oh, amazing spin by Leon. Wow, seeming to have no trouble adjusting to this new paddle. Hopefully it's the same rubbers and same blade as he had before. Goodness. Can Janusz close out this game? That's a good forehand. There you go. And Janusz goes up 2 games to 0. Again, Janusz in the salmon-colored shirt. The #1 seed in this tournament with a rating of 2133. Playing against Leon Lee in the blue shirt with a rating of, let me check, 2111. So Janusz is rated about 22 points higher than Leon. You can see some frustration from Ihor. The 8th seed losing to Krzysztof, the 7th seed on table 2. That'll be the last match for them, so that's the end of their day. Alright. Game 3 about to start on table 1. 2 close games between Janusz Franeczek and the salmon on the left, and Leon Lee in blue on the right. We've seen that Leon has had pretty sweet serves that have been getting Janusz to return the ball fairly passively, just like this. But in previous games, Leon failed to capitalize on that by attacking the next one, but there, he attacked it perfectly and won the point. We'll see if that can continue as this game goes on. Again, an attackable ball. Ah, tough. Janusz' receive came very, very close to the edge of the table, so it's a hard ball to attack. Leon doing a good job again at earning the opening, but feeling a little bit jittery. Missing the ball. So he's playing the serve game well, but the rallies and the consistency in rallies is come to bite him on the first couple of points here. It's 2-2. Leon to serve. Let's see if he can get the good first attack in. Looks like it. Ah, but Janusz gets a very good block, taking the ball just after it bounces, which is exactly how you want to do it. If someone loops a spinny ball at you, you want to come up and take it right off the bounce. Really great backhand from Leon. That's exactly the shot that he broke his paddle on last game, but this time it held up. (3-3). Serving long. Oh, that's the serve that's got Leon a couple of times in previous games. The ball seems to have a little bit more side or topspin on it than Leon realizes, and it hits the edge of his paddle. It's happened a good number of times now. Oh, and lucky nut ball for Janusz, but Leon is able to recover. So the first time I met Leon, I was playing against him while he was on a team with someone else named Dion. And they both have the same last name, Lee, so my apologies to Leon for accidentally calling him Dion. But yeah, I met them both at the same time. Alright, Leon leads 5 points to 4. Let's see if we can push this past a third game, or if Janusz can close it out in 3. Good backhand loop. That's Janusz's best shot, and he's able to follow up. Janusz is able to stay aggressive, opening up, spinning the ball hard, and that's giving Leon a lot of trouble. Boy, these serves are real short. Barely getting over the top of the net. That one went longer, but Leon wasn't able to attack it. Let's see if Janusz can tie it up 6-6. He's down 5-6. Short serve. Oh, and just not quite ready for the backhand loop. That's the kind of point that Janusz likes setting up, where he serves short and then tries to backhand loop. At that time, it might have had some side spin or wobbled a little bit in the way, and it looked like he didn't quite get to take a full swing at it. Oh, that's a really great point. Janusz anticipates that the ball is going to come long to his backhand and moves his feet before Leon even hits the ball. Gets a good forehand on, but it's not quite good enough. Leon is able to block him down the line to the open court. Really impressive anticipation from both players. Short ball. Oh, he could have looped it. That's tough. Leon puts a good push on the table, and Janusz, whose backhand loop is usually very good, unfortunately loops into that. That's what you get when you have players pushing at you so hard. There's so much underspin there. Good backhand loop from Leon. And that's game for Leon. Despite the fact that he broke his paddle last game, he seems to be doing totally fine. And won that game fairly handily. I think that's the biggest score difference we've seen yet. The previous 2 games were fairly close, but this one, Leon won 11-5. It was definitely clear from the first couple of points that he was being more aggressive, that he was attacking the ball a little bit more than he did in the previous games. And at this level, in this match, that looks like the correct tactic. It's one of a ton of points. Alright, Janusz leads 2-1, 0-0. Long serve. That's lazy. You can see he was drifting back already. He's got to stay close to the table. That's what he did in the first 2 games that won him them so easily. Long serve. Oh, he fails to attack it. Who's going to attack first? Awesome backhands from Janusz. But he misses the second one a little bit long. So we see Janusz gets the first attack in, but it's not enough to win the point. Oh, and very good step around move from Leon, but Janusz sees where it's going and is able to block it into the open court. I'm going to continue to speak quietly because I need the players to not hear my commentary, otherwise it might influence what they're doing. Janusz calls a net ball. Really short serve. He could have attacked it, but he didn't, and he gets punished. Those are the kind of points that didn't happen that much in Game 3, the one that Leon won. Leon needs to serve and then be ready to attack on that third ball. If not, Janusz is going to punish him with that backhand loop of his. Shorter one. It's the ball that was giving Leon a lot of trouble, and Janusz knew he was serving a ball to give Leon a lot of trouble, so he was kind of probably hoping that it would just be a clear winner, so he wasn't ready for the next ball. That can happen a lot when you find one of your opponent's weaknesses. The first time that they show you they can fix it, you're caught off guard, not ready to continue the rally. Alright, 3-3, close so far. Good backhand loops from both players. Short or long? Short. And he can't go for the attack. And Janusz gets the good first attack in. And that could have been Leon's point, but too many misses, as he says himself. Oh, and yeah, almost gets the punish. If someone serves short, you push it to them and they don't attack it. It's such a good opportunity for you to attack the next ball. Oh, and a topspin serve. That was very tricky. I saw that kind of wobble in midair. Short topspin serves are really hard to receive to tell how much you need to get over the ball, how much you need to spin it. And Janusz has won a couple of free points that way. Long serve doesn't get attacked, so this should be Leon's point. Oh, and really good receive. Janusz is looking at him spinning the ball back onto the table and recovers from a point that was super far behind him. Definitely made the wrong serve return, but he was able to recover anyway. Really short, and Janusz was able to attack it. But Leon's ready and punishes him for it. So we saw a change of strategy there because Leon has been serving so short. Janusz jumped up over the table and got closer into the net so he could attack the ball, which I was expecting Leon wouldn't be able to react to, but he got it. And because Janusz had made that adjustment and stepped over, he was not in position for the next ball. So good adjustment from Janusz, but Leon was able to catch it. 2 points away from winning the match. 9-4 with Janusz. Oh, an incredible point. Really great exchange between the two players with Janusz opening up. Jan getting a good hard counter, but it's now match point for Janusz, down 4-10. This match looks almost over. Hard push, good loop. And Janusz takes a step back off the table. Just gotta stay focused, stay on the table, and be aggressive. Super short serves. Can you attack it? Dropped so close. And that's the match. There you go. Alright guys, thanks so much for watching.